Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We're about to start. Please kindly settle in so that we can proceed. Distinguished guests, industry planners, regulators, innovators, and the architects of the digital future of the world, I welcome you to the Africa Gaming Expo of 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are happy to be here, let's hear a clamorous round of applause. Thank you, you're far too kind. Okay, so thank you for those of you that have come from far places. We say thank you for honoring our invitation and being part of the renaissance to shape the world's gaming future. Now, we're going to proceed to the second day of the event. I heard yesterday was just run-of-the-mill in terms of activities, but today is the real meat. We are here to forge alliances, to bring up wonderful notions that will propel the gaming industry forward. And I want to thank you for all being architects of change in this industry. I would like to beckon upon somebody to come and give the opening address, but before I do that, I just have some vital information to unravel. First would be the Wi-Fi. We have Wi-Fi here, so you can, connect. The Wi-Fi is Africa Agency at 2026. I don't know if that's the username or the password, but I'm sure it will be displayed here. Okay, there it is. There's it. So the Wi-Fi name is Africa Gaming Expo, and the password is Africa Gaming at 2026. Africa Gaming, oh yes. I don't know what's wrong with my eyesight. All right, that's first. Then, for those of you, the delegates that French and Portuguese, there's an interpretation booth just behind the array of seats on my right. So you can go there and help yourselves. Thank you very much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the die is cast. We are going to witness the fruition of what it takes to bring brilliant minds like you, converge them, and, tell them to confabulate over the issues that abide in the industry. Now, you brilliant minds are going to use this discourse to fashion out new trends, new portals where this industry will burgeon as we speak. So thank you for being agents of change once again. To deliver the opening address, I have to call on somebody who is apt in terms of his role in gaming. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Lagos Lotteries and Gaming Authority. Let's hear a thunderous ovation for Mr. Bashir Are as he delivers his opening. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, from far and wide. I know this edition is more expanded and bigger than before, because I know there are delegates all the way from South America, Jamaica, Argentina, all the way to Australia, from North America to Europe, to Eastern Europe, far and wide, Middle East. Good morning and welcome to Lagos, Nigeria. It is my honor this morning to welcome you to the third edition of the African Gaming Expo 2026. AGE was created as a platform to bring regulators, operators, investors, and innovators together to shape a coherent and sustainable gaming ecosystem on the continent of Africa. This year's theme, Africa's gaming market, frontier to prominence, reflects where we are, where we're going. Africa is moving from potential to performance, from fragmentation to coordination. Through collaborative frameworks that we just established in Nigeria, as you may wish to know, we have 36 states of the Federation, saddled with the responsibility of regulating gaming in Nigeria. We formed a Federation of State Gaming Regulators of Nigeria, and now we have a framework that is called Universal Reciprocity Gaming Permit, which is a one-stop shop for most of the states in Nigeria. And of course, we collaborated with Google, Meta, and other stakeholders. We're demonstrating that partnership is the key to unlocking scale across jurisdictions, even beyond the borders of Africa. This gathering is therefore not just a conference. It is a working platform for ideas, policy alignment, and meaningful partnership. I know the previous edition, there were so many deals, so many friendships, so many relationships that are still ongoing and that has enabled the gaming ecosystem on the continent and beyond. At this point, again, we are honored to have you in Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you very much and enjoy yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's hear it for the Chief Helmsman of the Lagos State Lotteries and Gaming Authority. Thank you so much, sir. What a way to ignite the event. Now, I would like to call on the first panel to come and deliberate, but before I do that, why don't we go a little bit back in time? I'm not going to cocoon you in the time machine. You're just going to rivet your eyes on the screen, and let's see a visual montage of what took place yesterday. At the end of the video, so put your hands together. Wow, she even did it. She even did it better than us. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to start the first panel. When you have an ecosystem of multiple agencies, regulation becomes paramount and imperative. How can we make sure that all the nooks and crannies of the networks abide by regulations? That is why we have the first panel titled navigating compliance in a multi-agency environment. I'm going to call on the moderator to come, and he will be the one to subsequently introduce members of his panel. I have the pleasure of the presence of the Chief Executive Officer of the African Gaming Alliance, AIA. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and I want the decibel level to be high because this is our first panel so that we can get off to a good start. Peter Mebert, please put your hands together for him as he makes his way to the podium to start the panel.
Good morning, everyone. Compliance in Africa is no longer about a single regulator. It is about navigating complex ecosystems of licensing entities, financial intelligence units, data protection bodies, and tax agencies. The challenge is no longer just compliance, it's coordination. So today, we are going to explore a very practical question. Are we making compliance clearer or more complex for operators? I will be joined by a very experienced panel representing regulation, AML, data protection across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Lungile Dukwana to the stage. Mr. Lungile Dukwana will be followed by Dr. Vincent Olatunji. Fortune Sekapani. Dennis Mudeni Ngabirano. And finally, Emmanuel Sotande. It's all a gentleman-dominated panel. So I'll just ask from the far right, gentlemen, if you can introduce yourself, starting with your Fortune, briefly introduce yourself.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fortune Sekapani. I'm the director of a consulting company, Bojosi Consulting Solutions. I've been in the industry for about 27 years. I've served as the CEO of the Mpumalanga Gambling Board in South Africa, and later served as the CEO of the Gaming Board of the Northwest Province in South Africa, and have been in the consulting space for a period of about 7 years. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. My name is Lungile Dukwana. I am the acting CEO of the National Gambling Board of South Africa. We are the regulators of gambling at the national level in South Africa. I've been with them for a few years, let me say a few months. Because I think there's some work that I've been doing outside that for quite some time, over about 28 years. Thank you very much.
Good
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Vincent Olatunji. I am the National Commissioner, CEO, Nigeria Data Protection Commission. In my previous life, I worked for over 30 years in the Nigeria Public Service, Federal Mass Transit, the National IT Development Agency, and I've been in the privacy ecosystem for like 9 years plus. I currently lead the privacy ecosystem in Nigeria, and I also lead the Anglophone Data Protection Authorities in Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Emmanuel Shotonde. I was a pioneer staff who started Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit in 2004. And I've also contributed to the establishment of Economic and Financial Crime Commission, EFCC. I've worked for more than 27 years in combating illicit financial flow around designated non-financial institutions and also financial institutions as a whole. I'm currently the Chief Operating Officer in charge of designated non-financial business and profession, in which gaming sector is critical for the AML, compliance regulations, and the rest of it. Thank you very much. Where we continue this morning event. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dennis Mdene Ngaverano is my name. CEO of Uganda's National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board. I have been with the Gaming Board for the last 10 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Lungile, let me just kickstart with you. Where do regulatory overlaps most commonly occur, and how should operators manage them in practice?
Thank you for the question. Well, I'm going to reflect in the South African context as to how do we look in South Africa. For example, in South Africa, you will discover that in terms of the gambling regulatory framework, what establishes the industry, or the basis of it, is actually the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which actually captures the responsibility for gambling, wagering, racing, and the other related aspects of what we're basically talking about. That is obviously supported by what we refer to as the National Gambling Act, which is the one that establishes the principles of the gambling industry in South Africa, so to speak. But it further goes on to establish what is called the National Gambling Policy Council, which is the intervening body between the various jurisdictions should there be inconsistency with the legislation. Now you further will have what we refer to as a National Gambling Policy that was established in 2016. And then lastly, what you will then find is that of the 9 or 10 jurisdictions that may be in South Africa, they will have their individual policy legislation based on the circumstances that are around them and their preferences that they may actually have, which of course must be addressed within the context of what I would call the context of the National Gambling Act. Now, in all of these things that are basically happening, we all have responsibilities as various regulators in South Africa, and obviously there would be overlaps. For example, one of the overlaps that would be immediately clear is that when you have national legislation that is governing all of the 8 of the 9 regulators that you'll find, or jurisdictions, there's bound to be inconsistencies in the implementation and in the application, but also in the interpretation. But also there's likely to be misalignment that you are basically going to find. Now, the operators get affected by those inconsistencies. And I think that the responsibility then of the operators is to make sure that they invest in understanding that complex environment that we actually have. But in South Africa, what is also provided for, as I've related, is what we call the NGPC, that National Gambling Policy Council, where if there's inconsistency with the application of the norms and standards, where there's inconsistency with the spirit of the act, then you go and intervene at that level in terms of that. Now, that assists in making sure that there's smoothing of the environment so that the operators can be in a safe space, so to speak. And it's a little bit more complicated also because you are not only dealing with the National Gambling Board, or you are not only dealing with the other 9 PLAs. There are also other regulatory authorities in terms of the standards. There may be what we call the NRCS, National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications. You will have SABS, which establishes some of the standards, and the other related bodies that are about that. So it's an ecosystem that we need to invest in understanding to make sure that you meet the standards, to make sure that you understand the regulation imperatives, and also the general issues that are there. That is bound to give some overlaps in terms of how that is interpreted and implemented. Maybe let me not go very far. I see you're going to stop me.
No, thank you very much, Lungile. Fortune, I see you've worked across multiple boards in South Africa. Do you agree, or is the issue much deeper? And also, are the Tinker standards part of the problem, or are the solution in Africa?
Thank you, Peter, and I'll just follow up on what Lungile said. But I want to just amplify one point that I find to be critical. For as long as there's no proper relationship, functioning with clear understanding between the regulator and the operator in any jurisdiction, that overlap is going to create more problems than one would expect. In the South African context, as Lungile said, you will have the National Gambling Policy from which the legislation was developed. And it promotes concurrent competence between the National Gambling Board and the Provincial Gambling Board. While in terms of the understanding of what the National Gambling National Gaming Act had to achieve, one would also find difficulty when you come to provinces because the National Gaming Board is expected to set uniform norms and standards under which the provinces should operate. Now the overlap will be there every now and then because the National Gambling Board would want to maintain those standards while provinces enjoy, in terms of the constitution, the right, or the power rather, the power to legislate on their own. What I can say, Peter, which is important, is that this problem cannot be solved without the regulator and the operator coming into one room and agreeing on how to interact in regulation of gambling in a country like South Africa. I'll give you an example. In some jurisdictions, you find that there is no policy framework. If there is no policy framework, that creates a problem because everyone who believes he's got a power or authority that he enjoys in terms of a particular piece of legislation would want to exercise that. What I always suggest and propose is that if you find a number of agencies responsible for regulation of a particular sector, specifically in this instance gambling, which ties up with others, you need to bring all stakeholders under one roof and try to create harmony. While on the other hand, you may want to promote that operators form associations so that they can make submissions to these agencies all as a collective. It's always appreciated that the regulator should come to the party and assist by putting together those agencies in order to develop seamless systems of regulatory compliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fortune. Dennis, where are the biggest compliance burdens today, and what frustrates you the most, how regulation is currently applied across Africa?
Thank you, Peter. There are majorly 4 areas that a burden to especially African gaming operators that need to be looked at. One is the AML CFT compliance, data protection compliance, multi-jurisdictional licensing. A number of operators now in Africa are operating in quite a number of countries, and also responsible gaming compliance. And lastly, of course, standardization of the gaming standards. When you look at AML compliance, in the context of Uganda, under the AML Act, the supervisory bodies are mandated to ensure compliance of the entities that they regulate. In this case, us as a gaming body in Uganda, the AML law mandates us to ensure that we ensure compliance of AML requirements. But what we've realized is that there's quite a lot of continuous transactional monitoring, suspicious transaction reporting, and training. And these are all capital intensive, if I might say. There's quite a burden in investing in these activities. When it gets to data protection, we have a Data Protection and Privacy Act, which was enacted in 2019, and there's really been a challenge in capacity building and also appreciating what kind of data is collected, how is it processed, how is it shared, for what reasons are they being shared. When it comes to multi-jurisdictional licensing, like I said, a number of operators are operating in different jurisdictions. These operators face challenges to do with the licensing structure. A case in Uganda, we do annual licensing, while you find other countries like South Africa, Botswana are doing 3 years licensing. So it becomes a challenge to keep up on these requirements. Lastly, with responsible gaming, the challenge we are facing is some of the operators look at responsible gaming as a way of impacting negatively on their businesses. No operator wants to lose a player. Every operator wants to keep a player, but some of these players are getting addicted. So it becomes a challenge for them to appreciate that responsible gaming in the long run, ensuring responsible gaming in the long run is important for sustaining an operator who keeps bringing their money. But the problem comes to how much do I get now? How much do I make, other than looking at how do I support this player who is becoming addicted. But from the ground look of things is the problem is that all these challenges are brought by creating regulations in silos. If AML, if data protection and all people responsible for responsible gaming come together and create a dialogue while putting regulations in place, will basically minimize on the pressures that these operators do face.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to go deeper into where agencies must work together. Dennis, you mentioned issues of AML, you mentioned issues of data protection, but now let me go to Emmanuel and Vincent. Emmanuel, from an AML perspective, and for you, Vincent, from a data side, how do we avoid putting operators in conflicting compliance positions?
Thank you very much for that question. I think it is very important to state that the role of the two agencies are quite different. For example, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit is responsible for receiving, analyzing, and disseminating intelligence that have to do with money laundering and terror financing, and also intelligence around national security related issue. In the context of alignment, what we think to do in the nearest future is to sign memorandum of understanding with data protection authorities for us to be able to share intelligence in how to improve their own operations. Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit also appreciate the role of the gaming industry, particularly the operators, on their role regarding the removal of Nigeria from the grey list. The operators deserve a round of applause for the cooperation they've shown during removal of Nigeria from the grey list. We appreciate the reports that you share with us in terms of mandatory disclosure, which is also different from the aspect of data protection have to do with when transactions are not offensive or are not threshold based, or transactions are also not suspicious transactions. The operators are really working closely with Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit and also the Data Protection Authority in Nigeria, and that is why we experience the transformation that the whole world thought is not going to be possible for Nigeria to come out of the grey list. And not only that we are out of the grey list due to the effective collaboration between twin agency and the regulators in the gaming space, and also the operators. We are also being invited, as we speak, Nigeria is a guest member at the FATF body in France. So we continue to speak on how to improve gaming industry in Nigeria at the FATF level. We also strive to work closely with other operators in order to ensure that the gaming environment is being very, very safe from being attract illicit financial flow that can lead to money laundering and terror financing. To this end, I will give the floor to Mr. Dr. Vincent to make some contribution regarding to the alignment of the twin agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Morning once more, everybody. Let me start by really commending the organizers of this event for putting this together, because look at the number of Africans participating in one gaming or the other every day is really huge. For instance, in Nigeria alone, over 60 million Nigerians engage in one gaming or the other every day, out of 230 million people, chunk of our population. And coming to regulating this ecosystem, I think my brother from Uganda mentioned something which is really critical: responsible gaming. I think that should be the focus of all of us. Either you are regulating data protection, you are regulating gaming, you are with NFIU, what should be our focus is responsible gaming. And for all of us to now come in to play our roles to ensure that whatever we do in the area of gaming or lottery in Africa, that aspect of responsibility and accountability on the part of the stakeholders, operators, I think is really important. There is no way there will not be overlap in regulations. But the most important thing is for us to know our limitations, understand the mandate and the roles of all regulators within the ecosystem. For instance, as my brother from the NFI rightly mentioned, we're working closely with them, that even a working team, and we're supporting them with the area of privacy for them to probably understand what privacy is all about. In fulfilling their mandate, they have the right to have access to information. More importantly, if it is for investigation, for prosecution of crimes, and for the prevention of crimes. However, we need to really have a proper guideline on who is in charge of such information, who has access to it, what they share it with, what kind of safeguards are they putting in terms of exchanging information between one organization or the other, maybe a scripture or whatever. This is really important, which they need to properly incorporate. Now, to the stakeholders, the operators in the sector. For instance, something as simple as know your customer. Before you allow somebody to come and play or take, you need to know that fellow. What kind of information are you actually looking at for? Whereas in data protection, there is what you call data limitation. That you don't ask for information or data that you don't need about anybody because you want to go into one gaming or the other. Know your customer is really key, and we need to look at how we can incorporate that part of privacy. Now, monitoring financial transactions, which has to do with the work of NFIU, to what extent are they monitoring this? Is there any transparency on the part of the operators to say, oh, where you engage with us, we are allowed by law to share your information with NFIU for illicit financial transactions. Please, we need to let them know that this is transparency. Are they aware? Are they even sharing this information with them? How about marketing? Now you've collected their information for one purpose. Are you using that information to market them for another purpose? These are the restrictions which are there. And that is why the most important thing for us is all of us to work together, collaborate, know our roles, know our mandates, and how can we support one another to ensure that we have responsible gaming in Africa. Even looking at age alone, when it comes to responsible gaming, how about students spending their school fees for lottery or for gaming? And did you really ascertain their age? And what measure, what mechanism did you use to even know their age? Is it through their name or passport or whatever? What information does that document contain? And which one do you have access to? These are things that we need to look at properly. But as I said, the most important thing is for all of us to know our mandate and know that what we are trying to do is to add value to the mandate of one another for us to be able to achieve responsible gaming for all Africans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vincent. Going back to you, Emmanuel, Dr. Vincent just mentioned something about issues of KYC and also school-going kids using their school fees money to gamble. So from your viewpoint, where are operators underestimating AML risks today? Is it issues of onboarding customers? Is it issues of transactions and reporting? I know Dr. Vincent touched on that one. So maybe if you can just expound further what you are seeing from your point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I want to share some mind-blowing revelation that we find out during the sectorial risk assessment conducted last year within the gaming industry. What we find out is that land-based gaming, only 4% of land-based gaming is of risk-oriented, whereas about 96% of the gaming operations in Nigeria is online. And this further explain the reason why the risk is so enormous and so very critical for the industry. So the areas that we identify that the operator should pay more attention is to be able to identify key factors that are tied with products, services, and also customer risk. And also we also find out delivery channel risk, which is whether you are providing the service online or you are providing the service on-site. So what we've seen in terms of the vulnerability is that most of the products that are being offered online are more prone to risks of money laundering because it gives room for a lot of animosity of such transactions. And there is need for the operator to pay more attention on how to monitor such transactions that are provided within the online using internet facility. It is also very pertinent to explain that categorizations of the operators, you need to also categorize what kind of risk-based approach do you want to adopt to monitor this service that you are providing. So we also need to be looking at, for the regulator, risk-based supervision is also very critical. We need to look at how do we look at products that are risk-based, concentrate more resources on regulating risk-based products vis-a-vis products that are not of high risk. This is also very critical. Many operators also underestimate the need to provide adequate training to be able to expose their employees to adequate training that will be able to enable them to understand the risk and content of their products, specifically those products that are being presumed of very vulnerable and high risk. And if we are able to have a very sound risk-based framework within our operation, then we are going to be talking about responsible gaming, because you have been able to identify those products that are very volatile and products that are also preventing majorly like what Dr. Vincent mentioned regarding the student losing their tuition fee to gaming. We must be able to have a very strong base operational risk assessment for us to be able to ensure that we have a very safe environment where gaming can be presumed to be responsible. I would also like to mention that there is, very importantly, institutional collaboration, sharing knowledge about risk. Sometimes you go to a particular gaming outfit, you want to do, probably go into gaming, and they may relax their own know your customer principle. And you get to another gaming operator, they will put in a very stringent know your customer principle. So we have to have industrial best practice for know your customers. In other words, operators have to have a cutting edge KYC that is not relaxed. In situations whereby we have diverse or also differ in terms of KYC principle that we operate within our operations, can make some operators to be more vulnerable to the risks of money laundering. To this note, I will also say that it is important for us to also encourage what the 36 states in Nigeria are doing, 36 state regulators coming together to provide a guidelines and also a mechanism to regulate the gaming industry, which is also a best practices that we think is something that other countries should emulate. Thank you very much once again for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel. Moving on, Vincent, what are the briefly top data protection priorities that operators must get right, and what are the biggest mistakes that you are seeing?
Thank you. As we are all aware that the whole essence of data protection is to protect the rights, the freedoms, and the interest of all citizens and legal residents in African countries. And in whatever they are doing, wherever their data is being collected or shared, or processed or shared, there are some basic principles that we need to really respect and ensure that to implement to ensure compliance. For instance, something as simple as data subject rights. What kind of right do they have when you collect and process their data in terms of consent, in terms of lawful processing of their personal data, in terms of transparency, that is, where you want to collect their information, you tell them all you want to use the data for, and the fact that you are not going to share with any third party without their consent, and more importantly that you are not going to expose, there should be you put in place adequate safeguards in terms of protection that will prevent any unauthorized access to their personal information. Also, you look at the areas of data minimization. There are a lot of operators who collect data they don't even need. So with that, we are exposing them to more risk when you collect unnecessary data from them. So it's really important to ensure that you practice data minimization. Then security. What kind of security measures are you putting in place to ensure that the data with you is adequately protected? Then in terms of the caliber of staff collecting and processing such data, do they even understand anything about data privacy? To know that, yes, this data that I'm collecting, the owner of the data is giving it to you in trust. And to be able to have confidence in you that, yes, when you collect and process such data, do they even understand this? If they don't, what measures are you put in place to build capacity to create awareness among your staff to ensure that whenever data is collected, it will be gradually protected? Also, data sharing mechanism. You are sharing your data with a third party. What kind of security measures are you putting in place to ensure that there is no unauthorized access? And all these are really important for the data subject, because these are things that you need to put in place to ensure that they have trust in your data processing activities. Without all this, nobody will trust your system, nobody will trust the way you collect and manage data. And to a large extent, it will impact negatively on the ecosystem. So I think these are the basic things that you need to really incorporate in their data processing activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are zooming out beyond compliance and looking into policy and the market impact. Dennis, I'll start with you on this one. Then, Lungile, I'll need your input. Dennis, how do we balance revenue generation with a sustainable market? And how do we avoid pushing activity into unregulated spaces?
Thank you, Peter. I think broadly tax authorities in Africa are facing pressure to maximize revenue, but I believe punitive and unpredictable tax ultimately drives the tax, rather shrinks the tax base and drives operators underground offshore. And to me, I believe the balance lies in one, dialogue before legislation. It's important that the tax authorities do formally engage these operators on the new levies they want to create, the percentages they are going to charge, and the formality on how this tax is collected. And if this dialogue is held across board, then that makes it sustainable for the operators. Secondly, I believe through tax incentives for compliance, especially for operators who invest in AML tools, responsible gaming, local technology, should get some tax incentives to basically make their business sustainable. So those are the two major areas I can, for now, focus on to make it sustainable for the operators.
Okay, thank you. Lungile?
No, I think that Dennis has covered most of the stuff that has to do with taxation. Of course, the most important aspect is to make sure that whilst we are seeking to make sure that taxation is actually reasonable and there is incentive for the investors to invest in the various jurisdictions, at the same time, we must make sure that we do manage the issue of responsible gambling and minimizing the harm. Because in terms of our act, part of the aims of that act is to balance the economic the economic growth that comes as a result of the gambling, but also make sure that we minimize the social harm. That becomes one of the biggest issues that we have to deal with. That's why we talk about responsible gambling in most of the time. And it is true that if the taxation regime is quite high, it may lead to the illicit gambling that you are going to find. And the dangers of that is that you are not going to be able to derive the kind of revenue you expect to derive, because it will push them, it will push the illegal gambling aspect of it, which then becomes the responsibility of the various jurisdictions within that particular country to make sure that you fight in coordination between the various jurisdictions to make sure that illegal gambling is actually dealt with. I think that's the first point. In South Africa, there's an interesting phenomenon in terms of managing the responsible gambling aspect. 0.1% of the GGR is actually given to what we refer to as the South African Responsible Gambling Foundation, which is meant to manage the effects of gambling and to promote responsible gambling. That is one of the most important aspects that we should be considering as well. Whether that 0.1% is realistic or not is another debate that could actually be held. On the other hand as well, we all have a responsibility to make sure that the gambling industry is a sustainable industry. You minimize the harm, you maximize the returns, but at the same time, we must make sure that it's something that is sustainable going forward. Because if we can't, we are going to be in a hurry to make a revenue, but at the end, it's not going to be sustainable. So there must be sustainability of the market. The kind of the technology that we adopt is the one that is going to make sure that the KYC processes, we know what is happening, we know who the customer is, we know how we are dealing with that. The AML processes that we spoke about are quite important as well as we speak. In fact, in South Africa, there's an interesting one. The center is the FIC, we call it the Financial Intelligence Center, that we work with in terms of making sure that we deal with issues of money laundering, I think, as it has been spoken to. So cooperation becomes very important between the financial institutions, the regulators, and the tax regulators as well, to make sure that the impact is actually managed and the negative one is actually minimized and the illegal gambling is pushed away. I think that is what I would say, and allow the other speakers to come in.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Lungile. Fortune, just to bring you in, at what point does compliance start driving players out of the regulated market? Just briefly before we move on to the next one.
Thank you, Peter. I know I have to be brief, but I missed the earlier question when you referred to technical standards, whether it's a burden or should be perceived as a burden to regulatory compliance or not. I'm going to touch on that briefly, and then I will then respond to your next question. I just want to appeal to regulators to just take a stance, all of them, and agree that there's no reason at all for us to be trying to apply different standards in Africa, technical standards I'm referring to. There is a great opportunity for us to come together and develop, or if we don't have any technical standards ready at the moment, but to adopt internationally recognized technical standards that we can, over a period of time, adjust, amend to suit our needs. One, appreciate the peculiarities of our different jurisdictions. For a number of reasons, we may not want to or choose to operate the same way. But most importantly, we need to find at least a dominant position or percentage of collaboration, and the use of technical standards will be one of those great opportunities. It shouldn't be seen as a burden, Peter. It should be seen as an element that would use to ensure that games are played fairly and that we have record of all the transactions. I do not think, on the second question, I do not think that in this space that we are in, with the dominance of online, one could rather say the smaller players in the industry, and I understood your question to be mainly referring to operators, not players as in punters. What I always find to be a challenge as I go to different jurisdictions in the African continent is that we fail to develop clear-cut requirements for licensing, which would take into consideration, call them small, medium, micro, and large industries or companies who would want to participate in the industry. We just want to apply a one-size-fits-all type of arrangement, and unfortunately that doesn't do well for economic development in our different jurisdictions. As I said earlier, what happens in, for example, Namibia may not be precisely the same thing that happens in Nigeria. Whoever wants to participate in a licensing process in Namibia may not be the same company that wants to participate in the licensing process in Nigeria. What we would do is at least develop, I know in some jurisdictions people just apply for licenses, but that is where we go wrong. At least develop a list of requirements, be mindful of different sizes of players in the industry so that you can accommodate everyone who wants to participate in this industry. We do appreciate that it's important to have an investor who will be able to stay in the market, who will be able to sustain their operations. But it's also disadvantageous to our people in Africa not to get an opportunity to participate. I would like to appeal as well as I respond to your question, Peter, that all the big players must also understand that the market as it grows and opens in Africa gives them an opportunity to partner with those small enterprises that we are referring to who are likely to be kicked out of the market. Because we would like to see a situation where there's proper socio-economic development for Africa. We would like to see a situation where there's proper social responsibility being extrapolated from those license arrangements. But if you do not have a proper list of requirements which must be adhered to by applicants of different sizes if you choose to adopt that model, you are not going to achieve what you want to achieve by accommodating all in Africa. Unfortunately, Peter, in closing, if we don't observe this carefully, and I'm saying this with the greatest respect of all the big players in the industry, we would have this market all taken away without the small players in our countries participating. So it is the responsibility of each and every regulator to make sure that that arrangement is kept sustainable to even include the small players. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fortune. You did talk a lot in terms of all this cooperation, what needs to be done around the big and the small operators, but now in terms of industry collaboration, maybe taking it to the regulators. I know you've been highlighting the regulators, so what do you think are the biggest barriers to collaboration in Africa, and how do you think we should fix them? This one, talking to the regulator, looking at the fact that you've been a regulator for over 27 years. Then later on, Lungile, Dennis, I also want you to comment on the biggest barriers of collaboration in Africa.
Thank you, Peter. I always say our institutional arrangements right at the top are very key. In some jurisdictions, I found out that you do not find a proper relationship between ministries responsible for regulation of gambling. The worst that you can find is that in one state you may find 3 ministers responsible for regulation of gambling. So that creates a frustration. Before you can even think about how you can collaborate with other regulators in other African states, your house is not clean and is going to create confusion. It is appealed that we know in our own countries, we try first to put together an institution that would be the mouthpiece of gambling regulation. Because if we have a situation when one department is taking gambling as a sporting activity and having its own set of rules there, and another department is taking gambling as a revenue generator and is having its separate set of rules there, we're going to have a serious challenge going outside. Coming closer and quicker to your question, Peter, collaboration in Africa is very important. I don't want to prioritize collaboration and harmonization. I would like to start with collaboration. It is very important that we find rules of engagement as regulators. We all agree this is how we're going to regulate the industry. It's not difficult. But the challenges that you find is sometimes that the system is not holding, and we sit in conferences like this, I always say, and we leave this conference with all the beautiful notes that we would have made. But we fail to go back home and convert those notes into an action plan. I've observed jurisdictions, one country to another, signing memoranda of understanding. Most of those documents, Peter, are lying somewhere in the shelves there. And they were not developed with the commitment enough to say we are going to work together and we are going to extend working together. Africa will not survive a regulation of industry to protect its people, as we earlier said, that there is a risk of us not cracking the balance between the economic benefits of gambling and public health. So if we do not collaborate and develop those systems, and we cannot maintain relations to make sure that at least we have a well-developed set of rules of engagement, we won't agree on everything. But at least if there are 90% of things, I mean, for example, employee registration. Employee registration should be very simple in the gaming space because we can agree to the list of requirements for one to be registered as a key employee. Gaming equipment testing, like I said earlier, should be an easy thing for us to agree on. Cross-border movement of gambling machines, it should be an easy thing to agree on, to say if machines leave my country to another country, what are the requirements we should be observed. With that said, Peter, I believe
we are running out of... Briefly, we are only left with 2 minutes.
I think he took all of the areas that I wanted to speak to. But I would think that there is an important, obviously, for institutional arrangements that are going to make sure that there's better cooperation from the highest level and to the level of the regulators themselves, because I think that the regulators should be able to speak amongst each other and identify those soft areas of collaboration, whether you identify on the issues of the machines and the employee registration forms that you're going to have, but also it must also talk to the kind of the standards, like the anti-money laundering aspects that are there, because I think they're easier to actually collaborate on that particular level. So I think it's very important going forward that we adopt that approach and we adopt common standards, but also around the levels of transformation agenda that you are actually going to have between the bigger and the smaller operators. It's going to be very much important because the operators that operate in our own countries are basically the same operators. Okay. And it's important that we go to that stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lungile. Before you come in, Dennis, because we are left with a minute, may I ask all of you to maybe talk? I'll give you 10 seconds each. How effective is collaboration today, and where are we seeing the gaps? Just briefly, so we can close. We can start with you, Dr. Vincent.
I think in the spirit of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, there's no way we move forward without proper collaboration among African countries. For instance, in the area of data privacy, if you have fragmented laws in different countries, that if you come to Nigeria, you obey a kind of law, you go to another country, you obey another kind of law. This will definitely put restrictions into the level of development that we're expecting. We are no more looking at developmental regulations again. And this is one of the things that innovators really see as something coming to impede the innovative ideas. How can we do proper regulation in the way that will stimulate growth and development in Africa? So we need to do proper harmonization of our laws to ensure that issues around privacy is really important, and other people from other sectors too. In addition to that, we need to create proper awareness to let people probably understand what we're trying to achieve in the area of collaboration among the different organizations. Thank you.
Just briefly, don't have
All right, thank you very much. In order to add to what Dr. Abdjob said, I think it is very important to bring to the notice of the gaming operators in Nigeria the need for us to do a proper due diligence on the investors that are coming from other countries. Because what we have seen at the NFIU presume that there are some illicit financial flow finding their way into the gaming sector. So it is very important for the operator to come to the NFIU whenever investors are coming to ask for questions around the personality of who is investing. And this is very profound on the principle of fit and proper. So it is very important for the operators within the 36 states of Nigeria to constantly ask NFIU questions about those investors, because we have a lot of intelligence that we can share with you to enable, that the gaming environment is secure and safe for everyone to invest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Briefly, Dennis.
Thank you, Peter. I think industry-wide collaboration is essential given the fragmented regulatory landscape. And I think some of the mechanisms would be through the Pan-African industry associations, like the African iGaming Alliance that you lead, that need to be the face or interface with the regulators to provide a unified position on, for example, responsible gaming codes, standardization, and I believe that will also reduce the gap that there is between the regulators and the operators.
No, thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is one thing that stands out, is that compliance is no longer a single agency issue, it's a system-wide challenge. And if that system becomes too complex, too fragmented, too costly, we don't eliminate risk, we displace it. So there is a real opportunity for Africa in this, not just to regulate, but to regulate intelligently through better coordination, clear guidance, and in a risk-based way, because ultimately the goal is not just compliance, it's a sustainable and well-functioning iGaming or gambling market. With those few words, I thank you all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep your round of applause going as our panel exits the stage. Fantastic engagement, a very fruitful conversation. And of course, we continue to look forward to a day filled with impactful conversations today. This is the Africa Gaming Expo 2026. We wish you all a very warm welcome to Lagos, Nigeria. We know you enjoyed the cocktail yesterday, and you sure are to enjoy a lot more Nigerian hospitality as we exchange ideas and grow the industry and continue to deliberate on ways to grow African gaming. All right, such a fantastic engagement. A very good morning to you all. I go by the name Vimbai Mutiniri Ekpeyong, and it's such a pleasure to be here, steering you through the conversations that will happen today, tomorrow, and hopefully beyond the engagement, the physical engagement that we'll be having today.
Absolutely. If yesterday was precursory to what the future holds, that means this conference has taken off to good effect, and it is burgeoning. I thank you for your participation.
That's right. So I want to thank our first panelists. Our first panel, Lungile Dukwana, Ms. Dr. Vincent Olatunji, Fortune Serapane, Dennis Mudene Ngabirano, Emmanuel Oluashina Shotande, a beautiful representation of the African continent, because we know that regulation is a massive part of any of the conversations we'll be having. But away from that, Frank, what do you notice? Did you notice a lot of names from different countries?
Oh, absolutely. It is a worldwide conference, isn't it?
It is, right? So on that note, that means I have to say, Salibonani, are you here? Can you answer me? Salibonani. Oh, the South Africans are not making noise. What's going on? Okay, they're waving.
They're waving. Okay.
Mambo VP, where are the Kenyans? The Kenyans are somewhere in the crowd. There we go. There we have Kenya ably represented. And of course, bonjour et bienvenue, mesdames et messieurs. L'Afrique francophone, vous êtes ici? Ah, vous êtes ici. Bonsoir et bienvenue. This is Lagos. For those who are first-timers, it's sure to be quite an experience.
Vimba, thank you for exposing my multilingual inadequacy. So,
No. I think you have a trick up your sleeve.
I do?
Yes.
Oh, yours is worldwide, mine is local.
Local champion.
How further deprecating can you be?
No.
All right, okay, let's try the Nigerian one. Okay, let's try with Dalu Sanu Dezwa. Okay. Ekaro. My echo people are in effect. And let me do from my language. Ekomdo. Aha.
Very well represented.
Yes.
But before we go further, I believe we have a little bit of protocol to observe.
Absolutely.
Because we are graced by the presence of some incredibly important dignitaries.
I have the pleasure of introducing, representing the Executive Governor of Lagos State. She is the head of service. She is the secretary to the Lagos State government, representing the governor. A round of applause for Mrs. Bimbo Hundeyin. Please put your hands together for her. And
we can do better than that. We know how much Lagos State has contributed to ensure that we have had 3 successful years. I say 3 because prophetically, I stand on my mandate to say, this edition shall be successful too. Can I get an amen?
Amen. All right, allow me to turn the spotlight to the head of service of Lagos State. Please, a round of applause for Bode Agoro. All right, allow me, Vimbai, to proceed to, a trustee of International Association of Gaming Regulators, Cleveland Allen. Please put your hands together for that personality. Thank you very, very much. Okay. And, we have the presence of ex-Nigeria internationals in terms of football. And we want you to make the applause so loud. I have the pleasure of introducing Wahid Akoni, Daniel the Bull Amokachi.
The Bull. I just saw him walking. Where did he go?
Well, I think, of course, he's not involved in a bullfight. He's somewhere. And last but by no means the least, Mr. J.J. Okocha. Wow, I can't find any of them, I think.
You know what? It's possible that they've headed to CAF to go and negotiate because you know what's happening now with Morocco, Senegal. So maybe they've gone to try and settle the back and forth that's happening over the last AFCON trophy. But all protocols observed. You're all duly welcome once again. And today, of course, is going to be packed with informative conversation. However, there's one thing I'd like to highlight as shared by the founder of the Africa Gaming Expo, which is that there's two incredible innovations that have been made this year. The first is the AfriPitch competition, which will of course see entrepreneurs be able to tangibly benefit from their presence here. The other is the AGE app. I'd like to see how many people in the room have downloaded the Africa Gaming Expo app. Okay, we've got a few hands. I encourage you at this time to download the AGE app. What it's created to do is to ensure that conversations go way beyond our engagements here. It's about building a community and ensuring that this is not a talk shop. Let's make sure that beyond this expo, we stay engaged, we stay networked, we stay connected, and these conversations can realize fruits. So please, the AGE app is available in the Play Store and the Apple iStore. When we come back, we're still gonna ask how many people have downloaded it, because I promise you, you will enjoy your engagement and you'll be able to schedule some of your activities during this expo as well via that app.
So if panel one was the guardrails, well, the next session would be the runway. We have the pleasure of announcing the keynote address. It's Scaling African Gaming, Startups Globally, Capital, Talent, and Community.
And before he comes up, I just want to toot his horn just a little bit. He is an American investor, entrepreneur, and a high-tech expert, graduate of Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. He has more than 25 years of professional experience. I did take a look at his X account, and I love the fact that he said he's tired of the Africa gaming landscape being referred to with the term potential, and that it's time for us to tap into the rapid execution that's currently happening in this space. So I believe in this keynote about scaling up, he's gonna expatiate on some of those tweets that I happened to stumble across on the X platform. So can you do us the honors? I saw JJ Okocha just sat down. You missed your round of applause.
Oh.
We thought you were fighting for the AFCON trophy, deliberating between Senegal and Morocco. So it's good to see you here.
A round of applause for the maestro himself, Mr. J.J. Okocha. So good, they had to name him twice.
That's right. Now, as you keep that applause going, we welcome on stage Peter Mebert, who is delivering our keynote speech today, Scaling African Gaming Startups Globally, Capital, Talent, and Community. Let's give him a warm welcome.
And he's the founder of Mebert Global Launchpad, and that gives him the honors to be here. A round of applause for him one more time. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, I'm taking this seriously, so I'll roll up my sleeves over here.
Wait, let me go down so I can get you.
So, hello, Lagos. No. I'm not the only one who is warming up the crowd. Hello, Lagos. Thank you very much. Now, really, hello, Lagos. Thank you. Let me start with a quick story. In 1999 spring, a young kid was born in Soviet Union, was driving into the most posh community in Southern California, Rancho Santa Fe. People are so rich there that they feel underprivileged if they play polo on the second-tier horses. But he had a meeting with one of the great guys out there. His name was... Ooh. What's that? His name was Greg Reyes. And he liked the kid, he liked the business plan, and he said, look, what's happening there? Thank you. I like that. Anyway, he said, look, you're a great kid, but my friend, Benny, waiting for me on the golf course. So I call him And if he joins me for your first investment, I'll cut the check right away. We'll do the, the paperwork later. So he calls him, and I hear the guy on a course swearing, what the goddamn, where are you? I'm waiting for you for 20 minutes now. He said, well, look, I got this kid, and he has a business plan, and he wants $50,000 as seed investment or whatever. I said, look, cut him a check and get your ass over here, excuse my French. So I said, oh, it's your day, man. He cut me a check, and I was driving out. So this kid was me, about 30 years ago, almost, and it was my first investment I raised in the United States. And it was in 1999, it was the dawn of the internet era. So, Peter Mebert is my name. I was born in the Soviet Union. I have a degree in physics. I moved to the United States about 30 years ago. Since then, I was in strategic consulting, multiple executive positions, investment positions, and I had several startups of my own. And the goal of today's conversation is really how to make African startups go global and how to make them successful and how to make an example of them for all other startups in Africa and other developing countries. So I'm talking from experience. I'm first generation immigrant, and I know what it is to become successful. I know what the ups and downs are, and I will speak from my experience and from my heart. I believe that we live in absolutely unique era. So in 2000s, one person said that to become a member of Unicorn Club, the best thing you can do is to rent a mattress in San Francisco. It was true, because everything was so much concentrated in a small strip of land between San Francisco and San Jose, Silicon Valley. Who have heard about Silicon Valley? Thank you. Who haven't heard about Silicon Valley? Okay. But concentration of technology, of capital, of talent, access to market, everything was so much concentrated. And it was very difficult because of two important ingredients of infrastructure and talent, and almost impossible for entrepreneurs from around the world, Africa, Asia, Eastern Europe, Latin America, to participate in creating value with new technology. What happened since? Who doesn't have a cell phone in this wonderful room? Exactly. So over the last 20 years, infrastructure was widely available and everywhere in the world. So in 2010, only 10% of population of Africa had access to a cell phone. Now it's over 45%, if I'm not mistaken. Same thing with the access to internet. It's all over the place. The solution is there. Second thing, talent. Well, over the last 20 years, I'm sure a lot of you know about offshore programming. Leading international companies were sourcing talent in developing countries. It was initially testing, software development, application outsourcing, whatever services there were. So in this 20 years, it was about labor arbitrage. They were looking for talent for cheaper prices to leverage. And inevitably, they developed digital clusters all over the world. Nowadays, in so many countries, from Asia to Latin America, and obviously from Europe to Africa, you have digital clusters with hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions, of very talented software developers. So the talent is there. It's not distributed evenly yet, and Africa still has to catch up, but the advancement is huge, and it's so remarkable. Therefore, nowadays, instead of being laggards, countries like Nigeria and the entire continent of Africa may be a powerhouse of innovation, because AI revolution, based on the available infrastructure and available talent and skill set, provide absolutely even field to entrepreneurs all over the world. You don't have to be in New York and San Francisco to begin your journey, to become national champion and to leverage the existing new wave of the technology. Let me ask you a question. We had a very distinguished and distinctive group of government officials and regulators. Are there entrepreneurs in this audience? Are there investors in this audience? Okay. The only wish I have for this wonderful conference that we have much more hands of entrepreneurs and investors. So the ecosystem without these two crucial ingredients is almost impossible, right? So this is the future, but nonetheless, the opportunity is there. So Africa is the most fastest growing continent in the world. We all know that. It's in terms of GDP and in terms of number of startups. But the investment is still lagging behind. So we still need to catch up. Asia is ahead of us. Latin America is ahead of us. So there's a lot of work to do. But foundation is definitely there. Well, we know that. I don't want just to mention. I want to celebrate the success of African entrepreneurship. We have, thank you, round of applause. Thank you very much for your support. This is tremendous. This is uphill battle. We know that. Reputation is very important. People are snobbish. They sometimes judge not by merit, by the location and some other factors. But nonetheless, we have almost 1,000 startups in Lagos. We have, 600 startups in Cairo. We have 600 startups in Nairobi. We have Johannesburg and Cape Town in South Africa, where I actually spoke at the SU20 last November. That's amazing ecosystem in South Africa. Anybody from South Africa, please raise your hands. Oh, thank you, thank you. So I want to also celebrate, I'm sure the national heroes, this gentleman who actually became, notorious, and the brand of Africa in the technology world. Respect, and this is a great example for every single entrepreneur over here. So, to wrap up the first part of my speech, it used to be where the value was created in a very small number of locations around the world, quote, developed countries. And being from former Soviet Union, I understand how this gap was difficult to cross. Nowadays, we have a tech boom all over the world, including Africa. We have everything we need from technology, infrastructure, talent, and skill. And therefore, I'm here representing a group of first-generation immigrants in the United States, group of investors, advisors, people who managed to succeed, and we're looking for bright, brave entrepreneurs from Africa to go global. And this is what I want to talk about. Okay. So, gaming itself is an opportunity. I used to work for this industry. I used to be a board member of one of the big betting for sports organizations in the world, and I have hands-on experience in this industry. The beauty of it, that you don't need to compete with Google or Microsoft or OpenAI. No. We need to compete on the understanding of the market, access to market, understanding of local customer, and entrepreneurship spirit. And I'm sure that we have it in this audience and in this country. So, gaming by itself is an enormous industry. You probably know much more about this than I do, but this is like $350 billion industry. There are 3.5, more than that, billion people actually involved in gaming, and it's growing. And most of it is mobile. Africa and Nigeria is a stellar market, one of the fastest developing markets. It's actually growing like 3 or 4 times faster than national GDP. That's one of the most fastest growing industry in the entire country. And the opportunity is there. Moreover, and maybe some people don't realize it, that gaming industry is a great playground. It's like the sandbox for bigger digital industries. Because gaming industry let you understand your customer, let you to optimize your revenue, let you to excel and in your go-to-market strategies, let you retain your customers, let you create digital ecosystems. And this is crucially important for any other industry. So my point is that even in the United States, a lot of people who gained experience in the gaming industry later became executives and entrepreneurs in multiple adjacent industries, digital industries. So having a strong gaming industry in Nigeria, in Africa as a whole, opens many, many doors and opens many opportunities. So let's not forget about that. So now, we have infrastructure, we have talent, we have industry. The question is, why aren't so many African entrepreneurs are coming to the global scale? And this is the trick. The investment industry is still very much concentrated around the United States. Over 150% of all venture investments in the world done within the United States. And $627 million of gaming venture capital investment only last year. And you have centers for this industry, right? You have usual suspects: California, Seattle, New York. And I can tell you, as a person who lived on the plane between New York and San Francisco, that people there are unbiased. They are merit-based and colorblind. They're looking for new talent, looking for new ideas, looking for new business models, and they're willing to consider. However, to enter this market, it's not only investment, it's a validation. It's a global validation. If you're successful there, like in the song, if you're successful in New York, you can, you're successful anywhere kind of thing. If you made it there, you can make it anywhere, as Frank Sinatra's song at some point of time. So it's crucially important for African entrepreneurs to be successful in a global space through the success in this most challenging market. However, 90% of attempts to enter this market actually fails. The question is why? I can give you several cases. So one misconception is lack of leadership. It's lack of managerial skills when it comes to global expansion and global scaling. And this is crucially important. One of the leading edtech startups mismanaged the global expansion and had to go Chapter 11 or go bankrupt. Another issue is that some companies go globally prematurely before having a very solid base in their own country, which is a source of their product, competitive advantage, skills, etc. Another case is a bank. And the bank who was very successful in Europe, a digital bank, tried to enter US market, but grossly underestimated the complexity and peculiarities of the US financial services market. This is specifically important for Nigeria, who is famous for growing fintech market. Another example is that company didn't adopt the product to the international market. They were successful, they tried to piggyback on the homeland success. However, in the new market was different requirements, didn't understand the market, didn't do COSDEF, again, had to pull back. And finally, regulation, which is very important for any entrepreneur. And before you go, you need to study your regulation. We had a discussion about this, and it's crucially important. Also, without this, you will not be successful. I can give you multiple examples of this, but at Mebert Group here, we put together our own survey. So we interviewed over 3,000 of successful and unsuccessful international entrepreneurs who achieved or failed in the United States to identify what are the roots of failure and roots of success. And also another 100 of accelerators who were just working with entrepreneurs. What do we see? Well, raise your hands if you can recognize some of these factors. So number one, it's a problem with scaling of the organization. Entrepreneurs in local markets, very successful, very entrepreneurial, but go global takes a different managerial skill. It's not only entrepreneurial spirit, bravery, and smarts. It's a skill how to grow the organization. A lot of them, they got so much preoccupied with international expansion, they forget about their home market, about their base. They lose the roots, and it causes a lot of problems. 60% of them underestimate the cost and complexity of the expansion, and they miscalculate it, and they run out of money, run out of funds. About 60% try to apply the success of their home market to the international market. Doesn't work. We know that, cuisine, food, fashion, all sorts of things are different. It's obvious, but when people think about digital markets, they underestimate the difference in consumption trends and preferences of these guys. And finally, this is lack of personal leadership. It's lack of ambition, lack of bravery, and people just afraid of their own success. And I know that in my experience, it's a pretty scary thing because, again, your company is the entrepreneur to begin with. I summarized all what we found, what we discovered, and some of my experience in a holistic framework, which I will put in my book, Mebert's Start, and I called it Mebert's Start. And this is a holistic framework for multinational, international entrepreneurs to go to the global market. And the difference and differentiating factor of this, yes, we know there are a lot of frameworks, there are a lot of accelerators and incubators and advisors and whatever. However, I have my own experience, and from my own experience, at least 50%, if not 80% of success, it's not in the company, it's in the founder. That's why the symbol of this Mebert Start is a tree, because the founder, the person behind the success, is the kind of the roots of the tree. And then the company is the trees and the stem and everything. So we go through 6 modules about the personality, everything from founder strategy, the pillars of success, how do you choose your core competency, the founder's productivity, because market is very, very competitive. It's about leadership and running teams, international teams. It's about communication, personal brand, negotiations, and working with clients, investors, teams, etc. And it's funny enough about survivability, because it's very tough, and physically and mentally, a person who trying to achieve something in this market has to be prepared, he or she. So, now how we get from the winning mindset to the global leadership? Let me show you a little video. It's kind of sharing my dream, how it may look like, and you give me your feedback. Oh, there's no sound. Oh, there's no sound. Okay, so this is there sound? Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody liked it? Thank you for that. Oh, so this is a story of the best startups all over the world actually going global. And I think I lost my presentation somewhere. Oh, there you go. So what we did, we do understand, again, following our own research, that you have to adopt whatever you offer to the local market. So with my dear friend and dear partner, Hilton Tennyson, from South Africa, who is a very well-known person there. He is part of the entrepreneurial infrastructure of South Africa. We developed the program for multinational startups to go global. We call it Global Launchpad. And it builds on his experience in the raising entrepreneurs in Africa and my experience on taking companies global. And it creates a unique opportunity to very quickly ramp up your skill set, your self-esteem, your go-to-market strategies, whatever, and actually enter this market successfully. And I want to emphasize that more success stories from Africa we have on a global basis. Better the reputation, better the opportunity, better the brand of Africa is at the international investors community. So this is crucially important. To support these initiatives, you are the first to know that we're launching a GITC. GITC is the Global Innovation Technology Commonwealth. Because the communities of startup founders and investors are run by community leaders, people who actually know how to communicate with local communities. Do we have representatives of technoparks or accelerators or startup communities or investor communities? Raise your hands. Not many, honestly, but some, which is great. So this is community of communities to empower local startup communities to provide more support, knowledge, infrastructure, everything to African startups. So this is the plan. And last but not the least, this year we'll have the first Stars Up Awards for the most successful international startups going to the global market. We don't have the date yet, but it's going to be linked to the Football World Cup, and I wish the Nigerian national team success, which will going to take place in the United States this summer. So, to entertain you a little bit in the end, to support all this ideas and plans and whatever, we're putting together with our African colleagues the live show about how to entrepreneur to enter the global market. And something I want to announce today, we're looking for an African cast, because now we have a live entrepreneur from Eastern Europe and myself, and then our two digital twins who are trying to get to the global market, and they fail, and they learn, and they succeed eventually. So we're looking for 2 or 3 African entrepreneurs who will be willing to participate in this live show the coming year. So if anybody interested, you're more than welcome. We'll have a little bit of screening and discussion, and hopefully we'll choose great people. So close up my conversation here. I'd like to show you a little episode from this show to entertain you a little bit. Can I have sound, please?
If you wanna move your business to the US, watch us and follow these easy steps. We talk about business and visas and how to pitch your startup. Tune in every week for your path to stardom. Bigger start love. Bigger start love. Bigger start love.
Thank you. Thank you. Please follow us. Please join us. We need more talented people with great ideas. And to wrap this up in 4 points. Dream globally. Don't be afraid. Don't ask permission of anyone. Plan smartly. Execute decisively. And success is there for you. Thank you very much, Lagos.
Wow. Thank you very much.
What an incredibly informative,
Thank you.
well-researched, incredibly packaged keynote. Peter Mebert, everybody, give him another round of applause. And so many incredible takeaways from that. My favorite being that we've relocated the headquarters of trying to be a successful gaming or tech startup from San Francisco to, I'm going to be biased and say to Lagos, but to see that geography has shifted from what it was before. Now the conversations are happening here on the African continent with, I counted, I think almost 3,000 startups if you tally all the different regions together that he highlighted in his presentation, and of course the millions of dollars that are going around in funding and investment. So fantastic news and something for all of us to take away.
And the part of the presentation that I also enjoyed was the dance moves. I mean, I suspect if we gave you some time, you would have started a concert, right?
Very, very entertaining. Now, I'd just like to make a quick announcement, which is that all of those who will be making their AfriPitch presentations later today are now required to please meet Dorcas or Oyikan at the entrance. Dorcas and Oyikan, wherever you are, if you can just make yourselves available. Those who will be making their AfriPitch presentations today, start making your way to the entrance, please. You will meet the two ladies there who shall be ready to give you further instructions.
Okay, I want to introduce the chairman of a leading global technology provider, Bet Construct. We are happy that he's in our presence. A round of applause for Mr. Vijan Badalian. Please put your hands together for him. There he is.
All the way from Armenia. We appreciate you making this journey.
Okay. Now it's time for good tidings from the state of Lagos. Allow me to call to the stage, respectfully of course, the representative of His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State. Please, a round of applause for Head of Service of Lagos State. Oh, sorry, why do I... I'm sorry, I apologize.
You're excited, I know, because she looks fantastic. We roll out the red carpet for you, ma'am, Secretary to Lagos State
Secretary
Government.
to the Lagos State Government.
Mrs.
Please, a round of applause for Mrs. Bimbo Hundeyin, please. And because it's Women's International Month, I'm sure you could increase the decibel level of that applause.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you. Well, I'll have news to take home to Mr. Governor that his head of service is a she now. This is... Good afternoon. My name is Bimbola Salu Hundeyin, and I am the Secretary to the Government of Lagos State. Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, would have me let you know that he really wanted to be here. But due to some equally important state assignments, he had asked that I come in here, and I'm not here alone. I can tell you, I have quite a handful of Lagos State members of staff, EXCO. And I would be recognizing on that note the head of service, Miss Bode Aguru, because he's a she now. Thank you very much. Thank you. And seated next to him is the Deputy Chief of Staff, our own Mr. Samuel Egube. Thank you very much for being here. I also have members of the Executive Council here. I see the Special Advisor here, my brother, on, Rural Development. I shouldn't forget that, sorry. And I think I also saw another Special Advisor, but maybe he's left, on Civic Duties. Oh, sorry, there's also my brother. I call him my senior son. That's why I forgot he's seated there. This is the Honorable Commissioner for MIST. MIST means Computer and Technology-Related Matters. Tubosun Alake, thank you. And of course, we have lots of permanent secretaries and directors from the Lagos State government. Thank you very much for being here. I also recognize the heads of government agencies and parastatals here present, especially the birthday boy of today, the CEO, Chief Executive Officer, Lagos State Lottery and Gaming Authority, Mr. Bashir Are. Thank you. the gaming regulators from various countries here present, particularly, I met him, he delivered the keynote speech. Thank you very much for that wonderful address. I recognize you. And all our panelists that I saw, the sponsors and partners, captains of industries here present, other top government functionaries, both in Nigeria and other countries here present, potential investors here present from Africa and the world, other distinguished invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Not long ago, the gaming sector across much of Africa existed largely at the edges of the formal economy, fragmented, loosely structured, and often misunderstood. It operated without clear regulatory frameworks, coordinated oversight, or the level of confidence needed to attract serious global investment. Today, we are witnessing a deliberate transformation. What was once fragmented and uncertain is becoming structured, regulated, and globally competitive. Governments are strengthening institutions. Regulators are collaborating across borders. Technology is enabling transparency. And investors are increasingly recognizing Africa, not as a risk, but as a frontier of opportunity. This transformation is no accident. It is the product of intentional policy, strategic leadership, and collective vision. From uncertainty to confidence, from fragmentation to structure, and from frontier to prominence, this journey is precisely why we are gathered here today. It is therefore with great pleasure and a deep sense of pride that I welcome you all as the governor of this great state to this state of excellence, the economic nerve center of Nigeria, Africa's most dynamic and forward-looking city. Thank you. This is Lagos. That's how we welcome our visitors. This is a gateway of Africa, the pride of Africa, Lagos State. I welcome you to the third edition of the Africa Gaming Expo. This year's theme, Lagos at the heart of entertainment and gaming, a pathway to economic sustainability, underscores our city's central role in Africa's entertainment and gaming ecosystem. It highlights how creativity, technology, and talent can be harnessed to create sustainable livelihoods and drive long-term economic growth. As a government, we recognize that gaming has evolved beyond recreation. It now intersects with technology, digital finance, sports development, youth engagement, and the broader creative economy. When properly regulated and responsibly managed, gaming has immense potential to generate employment, stimulate investments, contribute meaningfully to public revenue, and make the economy grow. Our administration remains firmly committed to fostering a transparent, innovation-driven, and investment-friendly ecosystem. Through the Lagos State Lotteries and Gaming Authority, and in collaboration with key stakeholders, we continue to strengthen regulatory frameworks that align with global best best practices while respecting our local realities. The African Gaming Expo, now in its 3rd edition, has become a premier pan-African platform, bringing together regulators, operators, innovators, investors, and thought leaders from across the globe. It stands as a testament to the power of vision, consistency, and collaboration. On these notes, I want to congratulate the CEO of Lagos State Lotteries and Gaming Authority and his dedicated team for bringing this gathering to Lagos at this time. Well done. This gathering provides, thank you. This gathering provides a unique opportunity to deepen dialogue and forge partnerships around key priorities, including cross-border regulatory cooperation and alignment, technological innovation and digital transformation in gaming, responsible gaming and player protection, youth empowerment and job creation, and of course, sustainable investment pathways across the African market. Africa's greatest asset remains its people, especially its youth. Africa is a young population. With the right frameworks and opportunities, the gaming and digital entertainment ecosystem can serve as a powerful engine for inclusive growth, innovation, and economic advancement. Over the coming days, I encourage you to think boldly, collaborate strategically, and contribute meaningfully to shaping a future where Africa does not just participate in the global gaming ecosystem, but is at the center to define the gaming system. The gaming industry is competitive, and Africa has the talent, the creativity, and determination to rise to global prominence, setting new standards for excellence on the world stage. I believe in you, my African brothers and sisters. Please, let's do it together. Once again, I warmly welcome our international guests to Lagos, where ambition meets opportunity. Lagos State, the state of aquatic splendor. I wish you all a productive, insightful, and impactful conference. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, do put your hands together for the Governor of the Center of Excellence, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, very ably represented by Mrs. Bimbola Hundeyin, the Secretary to the Lagos State Government. Please do keep that applause going. It's not enough for the city of aquatic splendor, the Center of Excellence that is playing a pivotal role in ensuring that the gaming ecosystem on the African continent is driven, is growing, that investors continue to flow and impact continues to be felt. Again, I'd like to recognize Mr. Vigen Badalian, who is the founder and CEO of BetConstruct, a leading provider of gaming and betting technology solutions operating across multiple continents. He is widely recognized for driving innovation in sportsbook and digital gaming platforms, and for expanding the company's global footprint through strategic partnerships and technology-led growth. We thank you so much for your presence here, Mr. Vigen Badalian, as of course all dignitaries come together for the customary family photo. They say that if it didn't make it to social media, then it never happened. So these photo ops are very important so that the world knows that Africa has come of age and that gaming in Africa is very much vibrant and alive. The tech ecosystem continues to thrive as we engage in these conversations to see how we can push forward and how we can ensure that all those who are talented and engaging meaningfully are able to realize their goals, their dreams, and their visions. So, of course, we will continue the family pictures that include all of our key dignitaries. After this, we will proceed to an interlude, an entertainment interlude, but not before we conclude this very critical process of what we're doing today. Again, this is the Africa Gaming Expo 2026. If this is your first time in Nigeria, you're very, very welcome. You're in the right place at the right time, and you're sure to enjoy yourself. And of course, you will make some very meaningful connections as well. We thank Lagos State for their hospitality and for continuing to drive the dreams of young people. I'm sure by now you've felt the energy in Lagos. It's not like any other place on earth. We are vibrant, we are dynamic, we are progressive, we are hustlers, we're all those incredible things that come together. Now, there'll be several other conversations happening today, including conversations around the African gaming regulatory landscape. We'll be asking ourselves the question, are regulations proactive or reactive? That's coming up a little bit later. We'll also engage in the conversation around gamifying African sports for the global market, which chimes in a lot to what our keynote delivered earlier, which is just about positioning African gaming and African sports in the global market. All right, I think we're rounding up on our family photos now. Photographers, thank you very much. I think if you want to take any more pictures, we can move it to either side of the hall. Let's now clear the front of the stage as our dignitaries make their exit. I urge you all to take your seats, and I now welcome for a very entertaining cultural dance. We have the group J Motions now coming to entertain us. J Motions, if you're ready, this is your time to shine.
It's Val.
Africa. There is no place like Africa. Something about the spirit of the people, the beauty of the land, and nature that touches the soul. Africa is not just a place. It is an emotion, a state of being where the rhythm of life beats in harmony with the pulse of art. The pulse of art is climaxed in these countries. South Africa.
Nobody wanna see you rising, and when they do, they don't even like it. They just wanna see you deep in crisis. Drive yourself, you don't need a license. All of her, she can even ride it. Go ahead, move your feet just like this. Then he showed me the latest. We walk over them haters. And what you do, man, azonto, azonto, azonto. Now watch me do my azonto, azonto, azonto. Now watch me do my azonto, azonto, azonto. Now watch me do my azonto, azonto. We walk over them haters. And what you do, man, azonto, 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 azonto. We walk over the haters. Now what you do, Maya?
Kenya. Senegal.
Luma wax yéen a fu ma jëm yéen a ñi ma bëgg ñan la ni ma mel yéen a ko waral daal ci Sénégal dëkku ngay ne njaay mooy sunu gaal ñu gësil dëggal ma bësil bëgg naa leen
Angola.
O português está mal, mas já quero outra língua.
Namibia. Nigeria. And so, Africa is not just where we come from. It is who we are. It lives in our rhythm, our resilience, our stories. No matter where we go, the drum still calls us home. Because Africa is not behind us. It is within us.
Everybody get up. Woo! Okay.
Africa.
Another round of applause. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. What a thoughtfully curated and choreographed
Very nice.
dance from J Motions.
Wow. I like the production design and, of course, the unity expressed by the costumes.
Yes,
The-
and the countries. I
Yeah,
saw
the countries.
Botswana, I saw Ethiopia, I saw Uganda, of course Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa. So beautifully expressed.
And the performance, for me, also expresses perseverance, because backstage I was almost scorched by fire, but I emerged unscathed.
You made it out alive. All right, well, this is still the Africa Gaming Expo 2026. We've had several important conversations so far today. Of course, we've already had one panel that spoke about the regulatory environment. We're still going to go into more conversation about regulations, proactive or reactive. Frank, what's your take? Do you think we're still lagging behind with the rate of innovation that we're seeing, whether it be AI, fintech, and so forth? We really do need to get our regulators we need to nudge them in the right direction, don't we?
Oh, absolutely. We have to, in sticking with world standards, we have to learn from the people that have practiced it. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We are going to soak up as much advice as we can so that our gaming industry can expand.
That's right. And a balance is possible because, you know, there's always this tension between regulators and players. But it's true that balance can be achieved in this dynamic. And these are the platforms that we all come together to engage, to see where mutual interests can align, where that balance can be achieved. Regulation does not have to be a hindrance to growth and expansion and innovation. The two can hold hands. So I'm really looking forward to this next conversation about seeing where these collaborations, these intersections can be made so that regulators can be proactive and so that our innovators can also feel supported and operate in safe operating spaces.
It's all about forging alliances between the regulators and the innovators. No? All right, so the moderator and the panelists for the next session, they are in pole position for us to go into The African gaming regulatory landscape. Are regulations proactive or reactive, like Vimba has said?
Absolutely, and the stage is set. So I'd like to welcome on stage, leading this conversation as moderator, Angela Mwelu Chikovokovo, Senior Vice President, Business Development for Africa from Sharp Vision. If you may make your way onto the stage, we look forward to your leadership of this panel. And we shall cede the floor to you very shortly so you can welcome your panelists on to stage.
Many thanks for that. If I may request my panelists to please come on stage, and then they will take the opportunity to present themselves. My fellow panelists, please.
All right, fantastic. Well, on that note, let's introduce them one at a time. Robin Bennett, Head of Department Regulatory Compliance, Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. Please give him a round of applause. Jean-Claude Mushimire, Executive Director, Rwanda Gaming Association. Please make your way onto stage. David Moshi Inganga, Managing Director, Velex Advisory Limited. Emmanuel Sisi Kwenu, Acting Gaming Commissioner, Gaming Commission of Ghana. And Gosi Ukanwoke, Managing Director, Kingmakers and CEO, BetKing. Please keep the applause flowing, keep the applause flowing. This conversation is sure to be one that's noteworthy. A lot of learning to happen, but hopefully a lot of guidance as to where we need to be headed. All right, so Ms. Angela Mwelu, you may go ahead.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to moderate the panel. I will not do more introduction. I think the lady has done the introductions, but if you could kindly just, for the audience, give us one word or two so that we know, again, which jurisdiction and which positions you occupy.
Thanks. As they say, my name is Jean-Claude Mushimire. I'm from Rwanda Gaming Associations, but also have an MD of Rwanda Gaming Consultative Associated. Previously, I served as the head of the regulation under the Ministry of Trade and Industry, like 10 years ago. I am in the gaming industry since 2010.
Thank you. Robin Bennett, Head of Regulatory Compliance at the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. Started at the board in 1997 in various roles. Spent about 18 months I went into the industry and then came back to the board, and I'm in my current role at the moment. Thank you.
David Moshi, Managing Partner at Velex Advisory from Nairobi, Kenya. Also a founder of Gaming Tech Summit. I've been in the industry for the last 35 years, and therefore I've had the privilege to move across Africa, meeting different regulators, supporting operators to scale up across Africa. Thank you.
And I'm Emmanuel Sisi Kwenu, the Acting Commissioner, Gaming Commission of Ghana. It's my second time of heading the Gaming Commission of Ghana. And during my first term, I hosted the Gaming Regulators African Forum in Ghana, the first in West Africa. And I also helped Nigeria in establishing sports betting. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Gosi Ukanwoke, Managing Director Kingmakers and CEO of BetKing. We're an operator in multiple African markets. Thank you.
Many thanks, gentlemen. Is the African gaming regulatory landscape proactive or reactive? Mr. Emmanuel, I like your introduction because I'll start with you. You have been around before. You came back to lead the industry. What has changed in terms of regulation and the industry? Has there much changed, and is much going to change realistically?
The industry has changed a lot, and it's changing every single day. In fact, if Africa want to catch up, we better get our lawyers and then get on board, because there are newer things happening every day, both among punters and operators, and that we don't need to sit back and then watch. You know, Fortune has been a great friend of mine, Fortune from South Africa. I was so happy in seeing him, and some of the things that he spoke about are caught up with me, that in Africa today, you know, you go to certain jurisdictions and then you find out that they haven't put in place processes in just acquiring a simple license to operate a casino, route operation, or sports betting. In Ghana, we have something called a charter. A charter whereby you come, it's a operator's charter. You come, we give it to you. It's a Bible. You need to read through, you know, if you acquiring a casino license, everything is spelled out. You have to get A, B, C, Z before you get it. And so with all other things. And you know, there is something that he also said, one panelist said that caught my attention. You know, in other jurisdictions, operators are allowed to use influencers. In Ghana, we have banned that because we do not want the smaller operators struggling. JJ Okocha sits in our midst today. Imagine an operator in Ghana is using him. He would drive all traffic to him at the expense of the lower distance. So we have an advertising committee. Any marketing thing that you want to do, you bring it. They assess it before they give approval. We want a level playing field for everybody, all operators. But then AI is also taking us in greater strides. We don't have to sit down. If an operator comes to your jurisdictions and they knows that you're not doing the right thing, they will move to other countries. So this is by way of my little bit of introduction to the topic.
Thank you very much. While we're still in the regulatory space, Mr. Robin, what are some of the constraints that limit regulators from being proactive, in your opinion?
If we look at the current market, we first got to say is, are regulations reactive or proactive? Unfortunately, the answer is we are reactive at the moment. And there's various reasons for this. Is if you look at what has happened over the market in the last couple of years, there was a rapid growth in online betting. We also believe that there is no limitations on the issuing of licenses. So you are able to issue more licenses without any, or people are able to apply for licenses without restrictions. Other factors include also if you look at the technology that operators use, the regulators operate, technology is really dwarfed by that of the technical technology that operators have. And one thing also more important is that there is a lack of inadequate protection for the market. When I talk about protection for the market, that includes the players, the license holders, as well as the regulators, who also have to protect their reputation. But what we have seen now over the last couple of 1 or 2 years is there is a drive to shift away from reactive to proactive. If I look at things happening in our jurisdiction when it comes to illegal gambling, there is a great enhancement between stakeholders to address this matter. So you're getting the regulators not dealing this in isolation. They are talking to the ISPs, the internet service providers, they are talking to the banks, they're talking to the Financial Intelligence Center. What is also happening is that introduction of responsible gambling measures that has now become mandatory. So that would have to be in place. So all these things are going in the right direction. The one thing that regulators have to get, which I believe is important, is they need to get the technology to be able to do the monitoring. If you look at the historical way in which we did anything, is we conducted audits at license holders, but the auditing its very nature is historical. So we only learn about, or we are only able to determine a fine in a couple of months or days after it happened. We need to start doing monitoring in real time, and the only way you can do that is with advanced technology, and that is what we are doing at the moment. It is going to take a bit of a while, but we should do that, because the longer we are reactive to the industry, is we as regulators don't get to set the agenda. We are always responding to crisis, and we need to get into a situation is where we can actually say what the agenda is, and the industry basically would follow. Seems very idealistic at this point in time, but it is achievable. I do believe it's achievable. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Robin. It actually leads me to Mr. Moshi. From an advisory perspective, you have a significant footprint in Africa. What is your view in terms of growth and maturity on what the regulators are doing? What are the low-hanging fruits that they need to do? And what is the response from the industry?
Thank you, Angela. I would want to look at the historical perspective of gaming. I think historically, Africa, we came from a point where it was more of lotteries and gaming activity on the other side from a land-based approach. So the lottery was widely spread across the demographic in terms of participation, while the casino or the land-based activities were more confined. So if you're looking at it from that perspective and where we are, and from different jurisdictions, and here I'm looking at Africa in terms of diversity, where you look the Anglo, the Franco, and of course you have the Portuguese. So these activities have been conducted in isolation within these different jurisdictions. But what I'm looking at is a transformative move in terms of even our demographic, the age group, cultural barriers that have been broken down, technological development that, of course, has infiltrated. Payment a solution in terms of you're looking at how the activity is conducted, but also the different channels of being able to conduct the activity, the reach that is there. And therefore, from a regulatory point, we are looking at policy transformations, engagements at different levels, different stakeholders coming on board. It's become global, so we can't just remain in our own jurisdictions. So there are different aspects that continue to address and transform and inform the industry. That's how I would be looking at it. Thank you.
Understood. Mr. Gossi, we haven't forgotten you right at the end. We've heard from the panelists, especially from the regulatory side, that it's still a very reactive industry. That there's need to have real-time information, there's need to keep up with the ever-changing technology. What is, from your view, the operators' take? Are you waiting for regulations? Are you waiting for the regulators to be ready? Or you're taking advantage of the unreadiness?
I wouldn't say it's taking advantage of the unreadiness. You have to realize that for most industries where technology is involved, innovation always goes ahead of regulation. You're not going to expect regulation to preempt innovation. You innovate, you bring out new technologies. It's on the operators to be able to keep the regulators updated on the different things they are innovating on, the new games that are coming out, new categories of products that are being developed, and let the regulators then do the work of regulating those innovations. It's for the operators is listen to the market, see what the customers are looking for, see where the market is going, and innovate around those directions. If I use, let's say, Crash Games as an example, no one expected Crash Games to really take off the way it has over the last few years. But it's the market that has driven that change in behavior. What's happened now is that operators are innovating, working with providers to build different types of Crash Games that are really rolling out in the African markets. Now the regulators have to figure out the best way to regulate it, the best way to put the controls in place, and the best way to direct operators on what to do. So I wouldn't expect it to be super proactive on the regulatory side, because the market really moves fast. Customers move fast. Operators are actually also catching up to what customers are looking for. And if we then are able to innovate, then regulation comes. And it happens across multiple industries. It's not just in gaming. You have to have something first before you can regulate how it works. My best example is you had to have cars before you had to regulate whether you had to have seatbelts. The regulators wouldn't go, hey, you must have seatbelts in something that doesn't exist called cars. So that's literally how it also happens in gaming. You have to innovate first. And maybe the one area that I see that innovation has to catch up on the regulatory side is perhaps on responsible gaming and player protection. Operators will do what they have to do to push customers to be able to take right steps, but regulators have to set the pace and ahead of us to tell us exactly how to protect customers in the markets where we operate.
Thank you for that. Jean-Claude, as the regulators are working on the regulation, as they're keeping up with technology, are there any parts of the regulation that the operators that you represent find that it's a hurdle rather than an enabler to them doing business?
I will come from historically. When you see most of the jurisdictions in Africa, they have designed this regulation on the land-based gaming. The transformation is now underway to be proactive, but when you see how the way the regulators move, it's a simple, I can say in slow modes, but not the way the operators moving, because the technology, the change of the games, how the operators going the software, the new software is fast. But when you see the change of the regulation, how they can move, how can change the software, it's little behind. It's a little behind. That's why the regulators must move forward, must do the compliance, the system compliance. They must see how they can go with the digital transformation, and also to be able to catch from us as regulators, our operators. The operators were moving fast. Operators were moving fast. We are needing that our games to be on the software, that the customer to be able to do on the smartphone, on the SSD code, but also we need able to have the regulators moving forward to be able to be proactive. Because when you see them, it's still largely active, reactive.
Thank you for that. Mr. Robin, we've had from the previous panel, there was a need or a call for harmonization of standards. Is it a reality? Are we really going to see an industry that in the next 3 to 5 years has harmonized across one of the verticals? And what do we need to do to get there? Is it a reality, or is it really just a good talk to have?
Thanks, Angela. I do believe it is a reality. It could be also seen as a bit of a pipe dream. But for that to make a reality you've got to have the willingness of the people to do that. You've got to have the determination, and you've got to have a general collaboration between all parties to work together. But like one of the speakers earlier mentioned, the issue about harmonization, it's nice to have the harmonization, but too many times you'll find jurisdictions that need to first get things right within their own jurisdiction. So it becomes very problematic if we talk about harmonization, because the one thing that you want to do is you do not want jurisdictions to export bad issues in terms of this harmonization process. You are looking for the best of the best, and that is the one challenge. What operators need to do at this point in time is, also like the previous speaker indicated, they need to start with collaboration. So let's start seeing exactly what is your processes for that and what is our process for that, and see how best we can meet that. And I do believe across Africa there are a number of MOUs or maybe bilateral agreements between jurisdictions. I think all the jurisdictions who want to get involved with that should start having a discussion. You have these organizations called the Gaming Regulator Africa Forum, and that is a start where you get the regulators and they can start putting that on the table. And I think those jurisdictions that are serious about it will actually commit the time and effort into that. 3 to 5 years, very, very idealistic. I would say we're talking about 3 to 5 years is, I think we should work on the collaboration. Is it achievable? It definitely, most definitely is. But there need to be a concerted effort. The unfortunate thing is you'll get the regulators and you even get maybe operators that will be involved in these processes, but sometimes we ourselves are not the only ones to make decisions. We also have certain principles. At times our principles don't share the same objective of those the regulators, such as the legislature that needs to make certain changes. What jurisdictions also would not want to do is if it means compromising on its sovereignty. That could also be a challenge. You don't want to do that. Is the whole idea about harmonization is to strengthen what you already have in place or strengthen the industry. But we need to do something. Like I said, I think we've got to start with collaboration and look at harmonization in the medium to long term there.
I like that. I like the positivity that we definitely can do something. However, we need to be realistic about the constraints and where we can start. And concerns around data sovereignty is one of them that we need to keep an eye on. Mr. Moshi, again, given your extensive footprint across Africa, without naming any specific jurisdiction, are there any jurisdictions that you would say have made significant progress around whether it's the technology keeping up or upskilling or in the processes? What is the trend?
Thank you, Angela, for that question. Yes, there has been progress. I would say there has been progress. And for me, and I'm looking at the different jurisdictions and where different jurisdictions are at different levels. First of all, I would say it's great that we are having engagements like this, organized by age. And that brings a convergence of thought and mind on how different jurisdictions are adapting or are formulating in terms of what they want to do in terms of the regulatory framework. So way behind, we've seen technology in terms of operational where the operators as stakeholders have moved way ahead. But I would say it is great to understand and to know that in different jurisdictions, and this has been brought about by engagement between the service providers, technology developers, together with the regulators. And it's been an awakening. And this is informed by what? What is the key interest as regulators in different jurisdictions? Is to try, and not even to try, we've realized that gaming as an industry is big. It's become a key contributor to economy. Now, having said that, how do we continuously allow the activity while harness the benefits of this? So adaptation of technology is becoming very key. And it is good that we have the support of technological developers who are not just looking at facilitating the activity, but also supporting regulators to be able to adapt technology that will bring about a balance. Because key here is to have a balance in terms of looking at the interests of the different jurisdictions, which is very common amongst almost policy makers. Remember, you're conducting an activity whereby as an operator, as a regulator, you understand. But there's another level where there's a political class where you need to get the buy-in of the political class to understand it's an activity, it's beneficial to the economy, and therefore also allocating resources to be able to enable the regulators to adapt technology. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Emmanuel, I like that you touched in your previous submission on the process that is there in Ghana, the charter that is there, right? You mentioned it's a charter.
It's called a client charter.
The client charter.
Yeah.
Right. We're looking at technology, which is evolving. Again, I'd like to pick in on your experience, the previous eyes, your current experience, and where you see us moving to. What is the trajectory like?
Like I said previously, the 9-10 years ago, a lot has passed under the water. Gaming Commission of Ghana is 20 years this year. We just finished tidying up our airline, which is here to be approved by Parliament. And you know, at the time the commission was established, we didn't have sports betting. We only have casinos. Now, you know, like we keep on saying, gaming is evolving. So many things have changed. And in the next 5 years, a lot more will change. In terms of punters, in terms of operators. And then one thing that I see is that as regulators, we need operators. We need them much more than ever before. Equally, we need our punters, but we have to draw the line, whereby we have to make sure that that thin line that always bring them into conflict. You know, operators are always looking, especially I'm talking about punters. Punters are always seeking to cause a little bit of discomfort for operators. Equally, some operators are same. So you really have to make sure that you bring them together and regulate them well. And one thing that can help us as regulators is to engage operators more and more. You know, within the past 3 months, I've met operators not less than 5 times. You have to meet them. You have to listen to them. And then, you know, operators sometimes are not always looking for favors to make more money or to cut corners. Sometimes something that you're struggling with, they come and then present a solution. So we have to see them as partners. Even though we are regulating them, see them as partners. Equally, we have to see punters as partners. Listen to them, engage them, and then find workable solutions that will help span the market. Because whatever we are doing today, within the next 5 years, most of us will not be there. So let us endeavor to leave a legacy whereby somebody will come, look at it and say, yes, we got this cream of people who came and then they took the game industry to this kind of level. That is my take.
Gosi, I'd like to hear from you because quite a lot is being directed to, you know, you representing the operators. It's definitely an ecosystem play. All the members of the ecosystem, stakeholders need to come together to move the industry. However, some members of the ecosystem, like the operators, are moving much faster. Within the growth and the fast, growth that you are experiencing, do you see regulation as an inhibitor, and how are you, ensuring a balance or not ensuring a balance?
Okay. I think it's maybe very clear to make sure that we get this right. Operators do not see regulation as an inhibition to the way we do business. We operate in a regulated industry, so by expectation, we have to work on regulation. So that's something to make clear. I haven't seen any proper operator that feels regulation is something that inhibits their way of doing business. In fact, we see it as a way that helps us advance our business when we have better collaboration. Like I mentioned earlier, there has to be communication between operators and the regulators to keep them updated on what's changing in the industry. As an example, if you look at the global markets, and now in Africa, we are seeing prediction markets coming into the space. How are operators understanding prediction markets? How are we helping regulators to understand prediction markets so that if we decide to go into such spaces, we actually can do it properly in a way that punters are happy, punters are sustainable, and they're able to actually engage with our products for the long term. I do not see any operators that want punters that will come in for a week and they are gone. You want punters that are engaged with your products for a longer period of time, and that comes from proper controls and regulation, and you get the regulators to do that for you. What I've seen in places that it has worked is when the regulators see operators as partners and not just a source of maybe, let's say, getting revenue for government or just these guys that are very annoying and doing this business that annoys everybody and customers are complaining and you're always disturbing them. If you see them as partners who are together in an industry with you, where I've seen it work is that it advances. It's easy for operators to set up. It is very clear for operators to know what the guidelines are and what the rules are. And when the guidelines are very clear and the rules are very clear, it is also very easy to follow it and follow the processes that are being laid down by the regulator. So it's not inhibiting. In fact, what is inhibiting is when there are gray areas. When nothing is clear, when you're not sure where you're going to for one thing or the other, when the policies are not super clear, that's when you actually have people who can play in the gray get into the space, and then that creates a very bad impression for the industry as a whole. But when the regulation is very clear, it's very direct on what exactly you're supposed to do. The guidelines are very clear. It becomes very easy for operators to set up, get their licenses, launch, get started. And if there's something new that isn't very clear in the regulation, go back to the regulators and say, we're trying something new. If you're a good operator, the regulators would not see what you're doing as trying to take advantage of what's not clear to them yet. That's why if you look at, let's say, if you look at banking and other sectors like fintech, you have sandboxes where there is a gap where they allow you to actually go try out something that the regulation doesn't fully cover. But what it does is that it allows you to innovate and properly communicate step by step what you're doing, communicate how you're interacting with customers and how revenue is being made and what you're doing. In sandboxes, it becomes very easy for regulators to then know how to regulate the thing if they're happy for you to go forward. And in gaming, that's what we're beginning to see. I guess the more you operate in regulated markets, like the way our business does, you get to see regulators more as partners than, you know, folks who are there to inhibit or distort the way you do your business. But it has to start from being, you know, regulation being very clear, very laid down, step by step. Here are the things you're supposed to hit. Here are the things you're supposed to do. If you go to the guys who give you advisory, it's also easy for them to actually say, here's the regulation, here's how we can help you, and here are the things you're supposed to do. If it's not clear, then that's where the problem starts.
So it's definitely not a it's not prohibiting your presence or growth within the market. Mm-hmm. There is a thorny subject, and that is about on illegal operators. Mr. Bennett, what is your take in terms of, from an African perspective, and again, without being jurisdiction specific, is there much that is being done? We've talked about harmonization. It is a pipeline dream, but there are things which can be done. Are we realistically doing enough? Should enough be done? And what, in your perspective, should be done?
Thanks, Angela. Personally, I don't think enough has been done to fight the illegal market. I do believe more can be done. Like I've indicated earlier, there seems to be greater collaboration within our jurisdiction in South Africa, where we get in the relevant role players involved. We got to understand that in the era that we are operating in, regulating gambling can no longer be done in isolation. You got to get other stakeholders involved. So there's payment providers, the banks, financial intelligence center, those are the people, and obviously the internet service providers. Well, you need to get all of those players in the room, and there is ways that it can be done. And I do believe that is in my opinion, is the biggest single threat to the sustainability of many operators, the illegal market. They not only take away the revenue, there's another factor or another risk that they create and that is to do with the whole problem gambling measures with punters. There obviously are no measures in place and addiction can go unnoticed, unattended, and it will be just create further problems. So I think a lot more effort needs to be put into fight with illegal gambling. I do believe, I mean, if you talk to one of them or a couple of the more reputable license holders, those license holders are quite prepared to offer the assistance with this financial or other assistance in terms of fighting that is because I've seen it happen in the jurisdiction because it is something which the entire industry is going to benefit. Personally, could one actually eradicate it completely? that might be a bit of a challenge. But I think we need to start looking at strategies to eradicate those that we are known. One of the things that we're talking about in our jurisdiction is even a simple thing like where you get operators that operate in the grey market. They're not licensed in the jurisdiction, but they operate there. They should not be allowed to have sponsorship. Those are the type of things that you actually got to, you got to stop them from that. There is another consideration that must be given, and that's whether if to have an amnesty period. We've done this many years ago in the limited powered machine market. While we knew there were illegal operators out there, we decided to come up with the amnesty. So obviously even though you were operating in an illegal or grey market as such, you got a chance to stop operating in that. The regulator will then in turn consider your application for a license through the normal process. But that is also an option. And you'll get a lot of license holders that will be openly objecting towards that. But if we think about the bigger picture, it may just be an option where we achieve results that we are not going to achieve in any other way. Thanks.
The amnesty option, Jean-Claude. You represent the operators who are legally licensed. You've heard the option of giving a sort of amnesty on the ones who are not legally licensed to try and bring them on board. What is the scale does the illegal operators represent to your ecosystem? Well, not an ecosystem, but the operators that you represent. And are the what should the regulators do, and are they doing enough?
I will go that the laws is in place. In every jurisdiction, the laws is in place. But the problem is the challenges is how the enforcement. That's why they bring the offshore operators. The offshore operators, they penetrated because of how the regulators is doing the business. That is why we recommend to the operators, one, to developing the flexible and the principle-based frameworks, where they need to be, instead of being glued, instead of the regulation be hard, but it became up to date immediately. That they can allow the operator to move smooth. And also they need to invest in regulatory technologies, the technology tech, the regulatory techs, to enable real-time oversight, and also to build public-private collaboration within the operators. If we have the public-private collaboration within the operators and the regulation, the innovation before it is scale, the legal operators will know that. I recommend the regulators to regulate it smarter, but not harder. If they regulate it smarter, not harder, we will fight offshore operators. We will fight offshore operators because the licensing the operators, they like to operate in the smooth and good environment. That's why also they can be able to assist the regulators to able to eliminate the offshore operators.
Okay. Mr. Moshi, from an advisory perspective, what is the appetite of operators in terms of attractiveness in jurisdictions where there's mechanisms, there's processes, there's technology that is helping manage the ecosystem? Is there a preference to such ecosystems? What is your take on that, or visibility of the operators?
Thank you. I will want to look at it from just previous the question that you had asked about the illegal operators. I want to look at it that, and looking at the companies that we've supported to get into different markets. I think Africa at one point had been looked to be seen to be lagging behind, and therefore there was a rush to get into the markets because a regulatory framework had not addressed certain aspects of the activity. So, having said that, we are seeing that the regulators are now formalizing, coming up with clear guidelines and rules and understanding how the activities are done. And therefore, any operator should be able to, for having a balanced, environment for operating, you'll be glad when you get into an environment where it's predictable, it's controlled, it's well regulated. Of course, here the challenge for me is where there is, I would say, over-regulation, or not necessarily over-regulation on the other side, is especially the element of taxation. And therefore, there has to be an understanding of the activity itself. What are the margins being made from different sectors of gaming? And here I'm talking of different sectorial, where you have lottery and you have bookmakers, and the models that guide these different activities, you'll understand it's a little bit different. If for a lottery or sports betting, I'll be depending on an outcome, apart from where you have activities that you can still, the gaming activities that, the virtuous, which of course is coming up and probably modeled in such a manner that you may be able to predict what are the percentages they pay back to the player. So in generality, I will look at it that everyone wants, should, the ideal will be operating in a regulated environment, which is better for everybody. And if it is for the regulators, have tax models that also have an understanding of how the activities and the margins that are being made. And therefore, you have a tax model that allows the activity to be conducted in an open, transparent way than if you have tax models that overtax in relation to even how the activity profit margins are obtained. And therefore, in short, regulations are important, however, with the understanding of the models of the activity. And this brings about engagement together of the different stakeholders and encouraging interaction and continuous engagement in order to ensure that our activities are conducted in a well-regulated environment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Emmanuel, we've spoken about what needs to be done. How do we enforce what needs to be done? Are there punitive measures in place? We'd like to hear the Ghana example. How do you ensure that operators look in your ecosystem and know that they should not come, or there are consequences of operating without following the charter?
With enforcement, I think that what is good for the industry has to be enforced without any exemptions. For instance, if operators are supposed to do one thing and then they do not do it, and then you just keep a blind eye on it, it doesn't help the industry. For instance, we have told all operators not to use influencers or artists or footballers in their marketing activities. If you go beyond that, we first ask you to withdraw it within 2 hours. A repeat of that offense, we will fine you. The third offense will be very, very punitive. We haven't gotten there, but we have let them all know what they need to do, because we do not want to favor one operator over the other. If you do that, you are clamoring for trouble. You always see there's a new operator that came on board and they try to use some influencers. We say, no, we can't do that. And on our blind side, there were 2 operators using influencers. They drew our attention to that. And then we ask them to pull down the adverts. So we have also told, I believe that we have to let operators also help us to do the policing to police themselves. Because if they are, let's say, they are paying the right taxes, they are going through the mill, and then they see somebody operating illegally, it is left for them to out that illegal operator. Because if they don't do that, it goes against them. Yeah, you know, we have last month, we uncovered a syndicate of about 2,700 illegal operators that have invaded the space of Ghana. And then what they do is that they go and onboard on with payment providers. So we call the payment providers and say, no, you can't do this. You cannot do this. If anybody wants to onboard, seek clarification from the Gaming Commission, write to us. And then tell us that no. Write to us to let us confirm. Within a matter of 2-3 hours, we'll be able to confirm before you onboard the person. Failure to do that is not something that we will appreciate. So I believe, like I said earlier on, we need to engage the operators. We need them. Every operator that leaves the market is a big, what is it? I consider any operator leaving our jurisdiction as a bad investment on Ghana and the Gaming Commission. We need them all, but come with clean hands, come with open hands, and then let us work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Gentlemen, we've run out of time, but I'd just quickly like to hear from Gosi.
Oh, unfortunately, Angela,
no.
I'm already here
Okay,
breathing
I'm so
down
sorry,
your neck.
gentlemen.
We've
Thank you
got
so
tummies
much.
grumbling all over the room. We want to break for lunch, but you can go ahead and just thank your panelists.
Sure, gentlemen, thank you so much. Wish we had more time, but really enjoy the discussion. Thank you.
All right, that's Angela Mwelu. You did that so spectacularly and so eloquently. Thank you for leading that conversation. You can, gentlemen and lady, you can come to the front of the stage so we can have a photo opportunity and take a family picture together. Robin Bennett, Head of Department Regulatory Compliance from Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. Jean-Claude Mushumire, Executive Director, Rwanda Gaming Association. Let's just come together. You can go ahead and move closer to the front of the stage. This conversation is not going anywhere anytime soon. Angela, if I may encourage you to just get everybody, you can take a couple of steps forward. The photographers are in position. Thank you, gentlemen. David Moshi Inganga, Managing Director, Velex Advisory Limited. Emmanuel Sisi Kwenu, Acting Gaming Commissioner, that's Gaming Commission of Ghana. And of course, Gosi Ukamwoke, Managing Director, Kingmakers, and CEO, BetKing. What an informative panel. An incredibly informative panel, and as you can see, the conversation continues. I do encourage each and every one of you, if you haven't already, please do download the AGE app so that these conversations can be further driven as you exchange details and make your way to your seats. I know that we're going to strike a balance between regulation and operating. Well, on this note, I would like to give everybody a short breather. Like I said, tummies are rumbling. And just to give you a little bit of the housekeeping information, if you are a delegate, then you can proceed to the back of the room upstairs. There's a mezzanine floor where lunch is being served. If you are a VIP or a speaker, please proceed to the Lavender Hall. The ushers will be on standby to direct you to the right place. That's where your lunch will be served. We're going to have a very brief lunch break because there's several more conversations that need to happen after that. So again, a very huge thank you to all of our speakers, to our panelists, our moderators, our sponsors, our partners, our hosts. Absolutely everybody is acknowledged today. We're going to reconvene shortly. Again, housekeeping. If you are a delegate, you can go ahead and proceed to the mezzanine level, which is right behind us in this auditorium. And if you are a speaker or a VIP, then the ushers will guide you to the correct location for your lunch. Thank you so much. I'm Vimbai Mutiniri Ekweyong. We're not done yet. This is just a halftime break, and the action will certainly continue after this.
is advancing through stronger regulation, innovation, and a growing commitment to responsible gaming. The Association of Nigerian Bookmakers is the umbrella body representing all licensed sports betting and gaming operators across Nigeria.
AMB serves as a collective voice for licensed sports gaming operators in Nigeria in engagement with regulators and policymakers, with strong focus on regulatory compliance, responsible gaming, consumer protection, and promotion of sustainable industry practices. Through collaboration with the regulators and stakeholders, AMB continues to strengthen the integrity and growth of the Nigerian gaming industry.
Together, our members are building a transparent, innovative, and responsible gaming future.
Association of Nigerian Bookmakers, promoting responsible gaming.
Winner! Banging! What best app do you use now, bro? Banging! Bang bet!
Instant
You
payout.
won again!
High odds.
Bang
More
it.
bonuses. BangBet. Visit bangbet.com now. BangBet. More than win.
This is more than a game. It's in your DNA. The game shifts when you step in. Winning starts in the mind. A legacy of greatness. True champions win with BetWinner.
Experience, is it egusi? Is it afang?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
it native rice? It was lovely, wasn't it?
Yeah, and while they talked in, they enjoyed it, actually. Well,
Certainly.
at least they seemed to.
Yes. No, they did. They surely did.
Sure.
Even though there was a little bit of sweating because of the pepe, but welcome to Nigeria. That's how we do it here.
Okay, so we're back from that intermission, and it's time for us to continue and conclude the second part of today's plenary session. I would want to call on the people in the mezzanine. Please, it's time for you to come down to the main auditorium so that we can continue with our conference.
That's right. There's going to be plenty of time for networking. There will be cocktails after and so forth. So I understand, I see people seeming to have sort of side meetings. There will be time for that. But for now, we want to engage with our speakers. We want to learn and we want to understand the perspective of different players who are bringing their experience to us. And that's exactly what we'll be doing next. Our speaker has a gaming career that spans several decades. His experience includes land-based casino operations at the property and corporate levels, slot machine manufacturing, gaming systems development, online gaming and lottery technical operations, and regulatory affairs at the state and federal levels, both in North America and internationally. That's quite an intimidating profile, isn't it?
That's a robust dossier.
Yes, expect no less from AGE.
Oh, wow. So, you know, that's what the AG is all about. They bring the people that are involved in the top echelon so that they can impart knowledge to boost the industry in several parts of the world.
Right, so without wasting any more time, I'd like to introduce Mark Pace, who will be speaking on the topic Africa Rising, building a global powerhouse through effective regulation and compliance. Please give him a very warm round of applause as he comes onto the stage. Speaking on Africa Rising, building a global powerhouse through effective regulation and compliance. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you, and thank you for that great introduction. I think in the end there you called me old.
Me? Never.
No, not you. He did.
Wow.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wow, that's really loud. I was supposed to speak before lunch, so I was going to say that I was going to be standing before you and lunch. Now I get to speak after lunch, which means you're all in a food coma. So that's fantastic. Either way, I lose. So I'll try to make this entertaining, and I'll try to make this somewhat engaging so that we'll have a little bit of fun. I also was asked to keep it short. Obviously, we're running a little behind schedule, so I'll do my best to try and catch us up. As the announcer said, my name is Mark Pace. I'm the president of the International Gaming Standards Association. And really, before I begin talking about my topic, I really wanted to thank Mr. Bashir Are, who is the CEO, as you all know, of Lagos State Lotteries and Gaming Authority, and Dr. Charles Okundayo, who I don't see him. I don't see him out there. But thank you very much for once again inviting me to participate at AGE and to speak. This is actually my third consecutive year, and I'm always very honored and very appreciative of being here. So, before I get into my formal presentation, I thought I would take a minute and talk a little bit about what IGSA is for those of you that might not be familiar with us. Let's see. There we go. So who is IGSA? We are an international non-profit trade association. We were founded in 1998, quite a long time ago. And we were created because at the time, in the late 90s, there was a huge interoperability issue between components within land-based casinos. So-called slot machines, electronic gaming devices, just could not communicate to casino management systems, which were critical for running casino operations. And the reason for that was that there were many different languages that could be spoken. There were no standards. So there were lots of problems when slot machines would not communicate with casino management systems. The industry came together and said, this is craziness. There ought to be a standard way of doing this. Imagine if, every different state in Nigeria had a different side that cars drove on. Some would drive on the left, some would drive on the right. I mean, it would be absolute chaos, right? And standards sort of eliminate that. And that's really why IGSA came into being. Since then, we've identified many different areas where standards and or best practices have eliminated issues. And thankfully, a lot of our standards and best practices are being adopted and used worldwide. The way we do this is by bringing very critical, very key, very talented resources from our member companies together, and they work to create these solutions. And as you can see on the screen, We have had over 1,600 engineering volunteers from over 200 companies come together and work on creating these standards. In addition to standards, best practices today are really our key area of focus. And the reason for that is, as we've heard in the panels that came on before me today, technology that is coming into our industry today is not specifically gaming technology. It is technology that's being used across multiple industries. I'm talking about AI as an example. I'm talking about blockchain. I'm talking about cryptocurrencies. These are technologies that are being used in various different industries. So for us to create standards for those technologies just does not make sense. However, a lot of these technologies require oversight. They require regulation. And therefore, what we've been creating are best practices specifically targeted to regulators so that they can understand what they should regulate and what they should not, what is critical and what is not. Because as many people have said, I think Grossi said it before me in a panel, there is so much innovation that the regulators just cannot keep up. So, the other thing that I wanted to mention is that it is really important that we understand that standards and best practices really are the key for creating an ecosystem that functions well. It's almost like the oil that keeps a machine going. So with that, I'll move on. And I wanted to also tell you that I'm very excited to say that after a process that has taken us 2 years, we are finally going to announce and have the inauguration and grand opening of GSA Africa right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you very much. And for those of you that are regulators or legislators in the audience, tomorrow at 4 p.m. from 4 to 5:30, we are going to have an inauguration event over at the Prime restaurant, which is at Echo Signature right next door. Please come and join us. Have a cocktail, have a little bit of an hors d'oeuvre, a little appetizer if you would, before the gala dinner, and help us toast the success and hopefully strong collaboration that GSA Africa will have moving forward. Thank you. And as you can see from this, we also have offices in Asia, in Europe, and in North America. Perhaps in a year or two, we'll have one in Latin America. Today, I want to spend a few minutes really talking to you about how together we can transform the gaming industry in Africa from what it is today into a real powerhouse. A lot of what I'm going to say has been said in bits and pieces in some of the panels that we've had already, and also in the keynote address. So it's really great that, independently, we're all thinking about this solution to getting to be a powerhouse in the same absolute vein. So it's great. And really, while there are many things that must be done to achieve this transformation, today I'm going to focus on just one specific area, and that area is effective regulation and compliance, something that IGSA works on a daily basis, really across the world. So, Africa. I know the gentleman said, sick and tired of hearing Africa has potential. Africa doesn't have potential. Africa is potential. Africa is here today. Africa is delivering on the promise. However, having said that, Africa has long been described as sort of the world's last economic frontier. It boasts, as you all know, a very young population. It has abundant resources. It's got a rapidly expanding markets. And the continent holds immense potential for global economic leadership. It is also very digitally advanced, with mobile phone usage projected to be 615 million units by the end of this year. 615 million units. And guess who's leading the charge for mobile digitization? Right here, Nigeria. You guys are doing it. Thank you. What this really means in terms of gaming is that there is a significant portion of the population that is already very technologically savvy, right? They are used to digital devices. They have the means to perform digital transactions. They have that device in their hands that allows them to avail themselves of gaming on a very mobile platform, something many other countries cannot boast. The other portion of the African opportunity that is being realized is the fact that, let me click on this, there we go. The fact that Africa's demographic and economic trends really position it in a way that allows significant growth. It's expected by 2050, now going a little further out, right, 24 years, 2050, the continent will be home to nearly a quarter of the world's population. Let me say that again. The African continent will be home to 25% of the world's population. What that means is that there will be a significant and immense market in this part of the world. It will have the largest labor force, it will have the largest consumer market, it will be a powerhouse in of itself. The future certainly looks bright. But there's always a but, right? And the but is that, as we've heard earlier today, there are many things that need to happen to really facilitate this growth to actually happen. You need to incubate it, you need to feed it, you need to get it to actually grow. And once it starts growing, just get out of the way and let it go, because it will grow by itself. But to do that, you need to do some work. It's not guaranteed that this growth will occur. And really transforming Africa's potential into substantial growth requires one crucial foundation as it pertains to gaming, and that is effective regulation and strong compliance. Really, without stable governments, clear rules, transparent governance, and reliable institutions, investors will remain cautious. International business will tread carefully, and those that jump in will most likely not survive. So we need to be very cognizant of this. Efficient regulatory frameworks are therefore essential to unlocking Africa's full economic potential, right? Now, what do I mean by effective regulation and compliance? Well, it starts with something that is very near and dear to IGSA, which is standards and best practices. Now, efficient, effective regulation does not mean excessive bureaucracy. It doesn't mean overbearing, repressive regulations. That is the opposite of what we need to grow this market, this industry. What it does mean instead is clear, predictable, and fair rules that support innovation while, of course, protecting the public interest. That's what we need. And luckily, we are seeing many jurisdictions in Africa do exactly that. And as we heard, some might be a little bit more advanced than others, but everybody is sort of working and walking down the same path. When licensing processes are streamlined, unnecessary administrative barriers removed, businesses can operate more efficiently. This, however, does not mean, and we have to be careful here, right? Being efficient doesn't mean that you have a rubber stamp licensing process where you submit the paperwork, it just gets stamped, and off you go. You have to do the due diligence. You have to do the work, but do it efficiently. And it doesn't mean a anything goes regulatory framework, because again, that will backfire. That will have the opposite desired effect. It means making the process logical, transparent, and efficient. Eliminating regulatory fragmentation, something that we heard in a previous panel, is also a key ingredient to fueling growth. Regulatory authorities from across the continent should work closely together to harmonize, and I'm using that word harmonize. I know to many it's a little bit of a strong word, maybe it's even a bit of a negative word, but I think there's ways to harmonize, and Robin mentioned it in one of the panels. He said, you know, you do this through collaboration, but harmonize as much of the regulatory requirements as possible. And the area that is most ripe for such harmonization is the area of technical requirements. Why? Because technology knows no boundaries. You know, the technology that we have on our mobile phones is the same technology regardless of what country you're in. Android is Android, iOS is iOS, doesn't matter where you go. Just to name two examples that we all might be very familiar with. So regulators really need to leverage and exploit existing standards and best practices, because this, coupled with harmonized technical requirements, really will facilitate that international investment, those international companies to come into African markets. And even with the promise of this huge African market, right? 25% of the world's population. Gaming companies really must weigh the investment of coming into a new jurisdiction when the requirements in that jurisdiction are different than the one next to it, the one previous and the one next, where they have to redo and redo and redo the same work over and over again before they actually can start generating any revenues. So this is one of those barriers that really should be eliminated. Now, having said that, I certainly understand that, you know, every single country has its own laws. Every single country is going to have some amount of differences. This is to be required. But from a technical perspective, if we could harmonize as much as possible, that would be a great first step. And again, doing that is through forums like AGE, where we all collaborate, where we talk, where we get together, forums like the AIA, where regulators can come together and have those conversations. Finally, I would say that technology needs to be viewed as a growth agent, really helping create efficiencies for regulatory authorities, suppliers, and operators. And of course, not to mention all of the creativity that goes into the gaming products that the playing public gets to enjoy. The other piece of this equation that is as important as having regulations is compliance. You need to have a strong compliance framework, and you need to have a strong enforcement framework. If all you have is a bunch of laws and a bunch of requirements and nobody is, you know, making sure that the licensees are adhering to them, then essentially you have nothing. As a matter of fact, what you do have is uncertainty, and you have risk that many operators and many suppliers will not want to take, you know, to participate in. So it is somewhat counterintuitive, but the more compliance, the more enforcement you have, the more you will attract international companies to come in, entrepreneurs to come in, investors to invest, because again, as Gossi said earlier, it eliminates risk. It gives them the sandbox that they need to play in. They understand what the rules are. They can decide, do I want to play in this jurisdiction given the rules? And if yes, then I know what they are. They're stable, they're clear, they're understood, and we can go and we can participate, and it really mitigates our risk. If they have nothing, or if they have, you know, so-called risk-based regulations with no real guidelines, and you can do what you want, but if I don't like it, I'll fine you, then companies might be a little bit more hesitant to participate. Transparent processes, anti-corruption measures, independent oversight really help build the trust between regulators, operators, suppliers, and the gaming public. You know, it's interesting. I spend a lot of time working with different governments around the world. For the past 4 years, I've been working with the government of Georgia, an Eastern European country, ex-Soviet state, that had a gray gambling market. And they realized that the gambling market was stagnant. It just was not moving. And it wasn't moving because, well, there were no clear laws, and certainly there were no technical requirements. 4 years later, they've got laws, they've got licensing processes, they've got technical requirements, and the gaming industry has more than tripled. The number of licensees, the number of gaming companies that have come in has been significant. Why? Because the risk has been eliminated. And now think about the big companies, the big multinationals that have licenses in multiple different jurisdictions. Are they going to risk those licenses to go operate in a jurisdiction that is completely unlicensed? Well, clearly the answer is no. But once they have a framework, once there are rules, and once they can clearly say, we are adhering to those rules, then they've got cover. Then they've eliminated the risk, and then they can come in and participate and help that market grow and help that country generate significant revenues. There's another thing that's at play here, and I think it's really important, and that is that digital transformation is playing an increasingly important role in regulatory modernization. Sharp Vision is here. Sharp Vision is a member of IGSA, and they have a monitoring system that helps regulators understand what is happening in online and land-based gaming. Those kinds of systems really give regulators an independent view of what is happening outside of the data reporting that they get from the operators. It really is a means of keeping everybody honest. It's part of compliance. It's part of enforcement. It's part of regulation. It's part of making sure that everybody is adhering to the rules. What this actually means is stepping away from those paper-based reports that used to happen, used to have to be provided, with regulators having to go through them. This now turns it all into a digital data reporting function that can be standardized, and IGSA has standards that are around regulatory reporting to facilitate that communication of information. It also means that regulators can get near real-time information, so they don't have to wait until the end of the month or some other period to actually see what is going on in their jurisdiction. The other technology that is, of course, on everybody's lips these days is AI. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on AI because, quite frankly, it's a separate presentation, but AI is another thing that we all need to be aware of and we all need to understand. And IGSA is creating best practices around the ethical use of AI within gaming. The other flip side of AI is cybersecurity and cyber resiliency, two very different things. Over and over and over again, we are hearing of large gaming companies with huge budgets that are still getting hacked. So we all need to be very vigilant, and regulators need to understand what cyber resiliency means in the gaming industry, because it is very different than cyber resiliency in fintech or manufacturing or agriculture or in any other business. We really need to be cognizant of the entire supply chain within gaming. And we need to make sure that suppliers really are building in security as a measure throughout their development processes. Finally, the ability to remotely verify and authenticate both electronic gaming machines and online gaming content is also gaining traction. How do you authenticate? How do you verify? How do you ensure that the gaming content running on servers in a data center that might be in a different geographic location is the same software, the same content that an independent test lab like GLI, for example, has tested and certified? How do you as a regulator do that? Are you going to jump on a plane, try to get into the data center, get to that server, and try and download the software somehow? You're not going to be able to do that. IGSA has technical standards that allow you as regulators to be able to do that remotely from the comfort of your offices. These are technologies that are really needed, again, as part of compliance and as part of enforcement. Lots of really good things happening in this space, all based on technology. So, to transform Africa from what some people call a frontier market into a global gaming economic powerhouse really will require a coordinated effort from government, the private sector leaders, international partners, and those of you who are looking to work, grow, invest right here in Africa. If the results of this collaboration are efficient and simplified licensing processes, if there are fair tax structures, strong regulatory and compliance requirements, then the gaming market in Africa will continue to grow and it will continue to thrive. If those things are not in place, it's almost like, you plant something and you don't water it and you don't fertilize it, it will wither and it will die. But the future for Africa, and especially for countries like Nigeria, certainly looks very, very bright. And I look forward to our grand opening tomorrow, and look forward to the collaboration that we hope to have with regulatory authorities from across Africa, working to understand your unique requirements, and then working collaboratively with industry and bringing expertise from other parts of the world to help create standards and best practices to help Africa really continue to grow and to thrive. And with that, I thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pace. Thank you so much. So we now know that for Africa to become a global powerhouse, we have to be compliant and we have to stick to regulations. I am excited about the next session because it's not just a sidebar, it is central to the future of the industry. When women get involved, industries don't just grow, they evolve. The next session consists of leadership, resilience, and adherence to world standards. Women who are not just waiting for a chance to sit at the table, but they are redesigning the whole kit and caboodle. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the next session, and is entitled Women Who Lead, Driving Growth and Leadership in Africa Gaming. I want to call on the moderator to take her place so that the session can commence. I have the pleasure of inviting the sales manager of Synod Games, Annalisa Emilia Samuels. Please put your hand. Oh, there she is. All right. We have the head of operations for Africa, Gamanza Engage, Ondela Vundisa. Head of the Legal and Compliance Unit, Gambia Tourism Board, Pierrette Mendisar. The country manager of Betway is here, ladies and gentlemen. Jolade Adeoye, please let's hear a thunderous ovation for her. Sales manager for East Africa, Q-Tech Games, Agatha Wanjugu. And lastly, by no means the least, Group Head, Sales Division, Winners Golden Chance Group. A round of applause for Bukola Akinade. So, gentlemen, take notes. Ladies, take the stage.
Hi guys, with such an introduction, I can't say that I'm not under pressure because I am actually nervous for the first time in many, many years. So just bear with me, I'm going to take a deep breath. Okay. I'm Annalisa. My name is Annalisa Emilia Samuels. I've been in gaming for the past 24 years. And I am very privileged today to sit here and talk about women in leadership, and especially in Africa as a whole. Because if you asked me all these years ago where I saw myself, it was never going to be in this chair. So thank you so much for affording me the opportunity. And I'm so honored to be graced with all these wonderful women out here who are taking strides in their careers and making considerable marks, I would say, and milestones in this industry. So without further ado, I'm going to pass the mic on, or I'm not going to pass it, but everyone's going to take their mic. And they're going to introduce themselves and tell you briefly who they are, what they do, and how they actually got here today, sitting on this chair. Thanks.
1, 2. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ondela Vundisa. I am based in South Africa, Johannesburg, and I am the head of operations for Kamande Engage, where we offer CRM as well as gamification tools. How I got here? I found myself here, to be honest. Well, not really, but I literally bumped into the industry. It was not the plan, and I've literally been working in the B2B division, from game providers, worked for Evolution, Pragmatic Play, Microgaming, Phoenix 7, quite a couple, Ruby Play, I've done some work for them as well. I was also part of the team that brought Aviator to South Africa in 2021, and yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jolade. I oversee operations and obviously making sure that the global strategy of Betway is localized here in Nigeria. So I operate as the country manager. How did I get into gaming? I guess I just bumped into it. But over time, I have worked for almost 20 years across different industry verticals. And my key focus, and I would say my key strength, is basically making sure that I create processes and I make sure that I optimize those processes to create value and to make sure that the companies that I manage are profitable. Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agatha Wanjogo. I work with QTech Games as a sales and account manager for East Africa. And basically what we do, we aggregate games and we supply them to different operators and platform providers. So how I got here, I found myself here. So I got into the industry 5 years ago through the help of my friend Jeremiah Mangi. So I worked with him at a game in Africa, and then later I joined Pragmatic Play, and then finally I found myself at QTech Games. So it's been a beautiful journey, a journey of growth, a journey of learning, and I'm really happy to finally have a seat at the table. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Peter Mebert, and I am from the Gambia. I am the head of the Legal and Compliance Unit of the Gambia Tourism Board. The Gambia Tourism Board is the government agency responsible for marketing tourism in other destinations. And part of our mandate is also to license casino and gaming. So how I got here is I met Mr. Tunji and Adenike some years ago, and through that we've been communicating, and I was invited in 2024, but I was in UK doing my master's, so I could not make it. I was also invited last year, and I could not make it as well for some reasons beyond my control. And I thank God that this year I finally made it, and to be honest, I am excited. From yesterday until today, I have networked and I have learned a lot of things, and I can't wait to learn more and interact. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bukola Akiade. I am the group head sales for Winners Golden Group. Okay, so I'll start with how I got into gaming. I can't really say. It was just a hustle. That's been over 20 years ago now. It was a side hustle. Someone told me that, do you need a job? Being a student then, can you take up extra hours of work? And I said yes. And ever since then, it's been a ride for me, and it's been a ride of growth, of challenges that I've been able to surmount over the years, and also an opportunity to influence other people to becoming better persons. Thank you.
Was really beautiful. But what I'm getting from everyone is that we either found ourselves here, and it was, we arrived, and others were, basically pulled in by that magnetism of this industry. And another point that I want to bring up is there's always been someone to help us along the way, and that's the beauty of iGaming. iGaming is not an industry that is just a person, it is a community, and Africa's taken that to a different level, because through our associations we've brought so many people and valuable assets into iGaming, and we've been fostering this collaboration with women and empowering women, and it's a beautiful journey. So I just think everybody needs to give themselves a round of applause, men and women, at this conference to say, well, we belong to a fantastic community of people who are willing to help each other and share. It's being human, it's humanity, and it's beautiful. Thank you. I would also like to talk about my school fees, because I also paid a lot of school fees, working in this industry. There's a man I want to shout out to that helped me get in, and his name is Maketse Hosea Malope. So 24 years ago, I met this man. I was training at a training center, and it's so weird. I was a really good trainer. I used to be in IT training, and he met me and he said, I'm going to hire you. And I said, who is this dude saying he's going to hire me? He phoned me every month for 11 months to say the job is coming because Mpumalanga was about to roll out their first LPM. And on the 11th month, he called me and he said, pack your bags, I have a job for you. And the rest of that is history. But the point I'm trying to make is when somebody asks you to get on a rocket ship, ladies, you don't ask them where we're going. You get on the rocket ship and then you say, when are we landing? And that's how we landed here today. So a lot of us have based our lives on extreme risk and the faith that we're going to a better place. This is iGaming, people, and that's exactly how we ended up here. The other question I'd like to ask you, beautiful people and beautiful ladies, is what do you think are your strengths as leaders in iGaming? What makes you so effective at what you do? Look at the lessons you've learned over the years, because a lot of you have got a lot of experience. And let us share that with everyone so that they know what they're facing, and maybe we can learn from each other from this conversation. Sorry.
Cool, I can start. I think one thing for me personally, I take myself as a brand. How I speak, who I speak to, I position myself, I find gaps. The one thing, as you've said, it's a community, and you can never really work alone. You need to have a network, and you need to understand exactly what you want to do, in this network. This comes with equipping yourself with knowing what the industry is about and how you can add value to, to the industry. I'm a businesswoman at heart. I love business. I'm an entrepreneur as well. So in all my stances, with the different organizations that I've worked for, I've really tried to position myself to resolve problems and, in a sense, make sure that, whether I'm there or I'm going to leave, but I leave a mark because of the name Ondela Vundisa is a brand and not just, an employee. Thank you.
Indeed you do, because you have left your mark. In the last 2 years, we've seen your name everywhere, and you really are making that mark that you want to.
I guess for me, what I figured out early in my career was I could connect the dots. I would come into a place and everything, I would make sure that I try and leave it better than I met it, and try to just find things that just make things better, making the processes better. At the time when I started, there was no word, it wasn't classified as product management. It wasn't classified as process refinement. But I think I was lucky that a couple of people noticed that skill and started to hone that capability with me. And what I also positioned myself to do was make sure that this skill that I had was industry agnostic. So wherever you put me, you could put me in fintech, you could put me in financial services, you could be in betting or in iGaming, as we call it, I would improve the process. Over time, what I did in the past 10 years is basically to just sit down there and be very strong in my capabilities. I'm not one of the people that is very visible. I pride myself being an engine house. I'd rather just let things be working and let my work speak for me. But that being said, it's come to the point at which my good work and my resilience started to show. And I think, like you rightly said, people that spoke for you in rooms and advocated for you in rooms, without calling out anybody, but bringing me into this industry, there's one particular person I would thank, his name is Simon Borrell. He brought me to the forefront. He realized what I had. He realized it was different. He realized that there was a chance for a woman to actually sit in the room, and it wasn't because she was just trying to tick a box. It was because she was actually capable of being there. So, so far, there are a lot of things I have done. I'm not very good at speaking or telling the things I've done. Like I said, I would rather just work as an engine house behind and let somebody else take the credits. But I guess my latest achievement was I was part of the team that worked and represented the industry in getting Nigeria off the grey list. And obviously I was commended by the NFIU for that. That's one of the key things I would say. Other things I've done other things across my career, but that's the most recent thing I can actually point out to at the moment. Thank you.
Don't put the mic down. I just want to ask a question based on that, because you said something very important. I myself, in the beginning used to just be like the engine behind things and mobilize and, be the person that has the solution but like never comes to the forefront. And I realized in the last 2 years that's not always the greatest way to do business. Although we're trying to be humble and step back and allow, give people the space to shine. What is your opinion on that? Because sometimes it works to the detriment of your career and your growth. And what would you advise others who are in the same position?
I guess my opinion is beginning to change. And there are certain cultural nuances that have allowed us to be like that. So what we're told as women is to be humble, to basically just do what we're supposed to do and just go home. But over the years, what I've realized is, especially with the advent of, there's things going very digital at the moment, and people obviously selling themselves, and there's more visibility, and there are a lot of this kind of talks. Not everybody is going to know the good work you do if you continue to stay at the back. I think I would take this opportunity to thank networking groups like the Women in Gaming, because they have been very pivotal in bringing those people out. They've been pivotal in obviously identifying these people that should come out and be a guiding force. The truth is, if we don't stand up as leaders and women leaders and show representation where we are, how do we want to lead the next generation of women? How do we let them know that they shouldn't be afraid? Take what is yours. You don't have to wait for someone to be ready to say, yes, you're fine for the role. You need to start speaking up and owning what you know.
Amen. Amen to that.
So I guess for me, I'm a learner and a go-getter. So if I set my mind to doing something, I will go for it. It does not matter what it will take. So, for example, when I was joining the industry, I didn't know anything about this gaming industry. And then I just bumped into this office, and I was like, I don't know, this is an interesting name at the door. So I went there and I was like, hey guys, I want to see your boss. And they're like, what do you mean you want to see our boss? And I insisted I want to see him. So I went there and I was like, yo, I want to work for you. And he's like, do you know anything about whatever you're doing? And I was like, no, I don't know anything. That's why I'm here. And it became such an interesting conversation that when I went home, he contacted me and he was like, hey, just, come. Because I was like, even if he said no, I'll have come back again and again and again, So from that experience, at least he was able to teach me some few things, and I was like, you know, I'm still a learner. I need to understand how does this market work, who are the people in this market, who are the regulators, because he used to mention so many things, you know, when you're new, you're hearing a lot of things, but I made it like my aim to understand everything. So I was a bit low-key, but I knew one day it will all pay off and people are going to, you know, to see the kind of things that you're doing.
This is Agatha. She's the gutsy lady on that seat there who doesn't take no for an answer. Next.
I guess I am the only one here who is not a gaming and tech person. Giving my role as a lawyer, but my role as the lawyer at the Gambia Tourism Board is to ensure compliance and enforcement of laws and regulations. And I think it is safe to say that the gaming industry, like any other industry, needs regulations, policies, and laws to thrive. Because without the laws and the regulations, the market will be chaotic. And so, 15 years ago, I was a magistrate. I never saw myself here at the time. So, sometime in 2020, I felt that, okay, I was doing the same thing like over and over again. I needed to do something different. But I really wanted to stay in government. So I said, okay, let me just move to Gambia Tourism Board, which is still government, but not being a magistrate. So moving to the Gambia Tourism Board as the lawyer of the board, I was doing something different. However, for the past 5 years, I was not dealing with license requirements and all sorts of things that are related to the gaming industry, because there is a department responsible for that in the Gambia Tourism Board. However, early this year, there was a change of management, and the Minister of Tourism felt that we have been having a lot of issues regarding compliance and enforcement by regulators, by investors, and from the Gambia Tourism Board on the enforcement part. So he said that going forward, all applications for licensing regarding gaming and betting and whatnot has to pass through me as the head of the legal before I advise the Director General to issue an operational license. And I've realized that for the past few years, things were done haphazardly. I mean, there are guidelines that businesses need to meet before they are issued operational license, but it was not followed. So when I came, I had to put my foot down and make sure that it's either all the requirements are met or no operational license is issued. And I really find that effective because I arrived day before yesterday night, and yesterday my colleague called me and said, oh, there is an investor here who wants to pay, but I wanted you to look at his application process before we can do anything. And I'm like, well, I'm not in town, but when I settle, you can send it to my email and I will. So just to say that laws, regulations, and policies go hand in hand with the gaming and betting industry. So I am not in the industry, but I am in the industry because the industry needs me to be able to operate.
So the one question I want to ask you, and I think everybody, I mean, it's something that is so, I think it comes to everyone's mind. You're sitting on the regulatory side, and often you have to adapt yourself. iGaming is a very robust industry. We have different types of stakeholders. There's a different type of expectation in terms of how you communicate and how you deliver your messages and how you deliver the law to them. Because, I mean, we've got like very, very large investors coming into many countries. Would you say the way you lead in this sector is different in terms of how you would in other sectors, or is it the same adaptation? Because I mean, I believe the industry is very different in terms of how we work with each other and what's required to actually mobilize this and make sure that it is successful in every market. So your thoughts on that, please.
I think it depends on the perspective, because like I said, every industry needs or have regulations and laws that guides it. And without, because it's not, it doesn't make sense to have laws and regulations without implementing it. I know in Africa, speaking from my own experience, from where I'm coming from, we have a lot of laws, but implementation and enforcement is always a problem. So as a regulator, I think we need to, we are not like enemies to the investors, but I think we need to put our foot down to ensure that compliance is adhered to at all times. Because you don't want to have like different people doing the same business, and then maybe you come, you don't have all the requirements, and I give you an operational license. Somebody else comes and they also do not have, and I deny them. So it kind of sets an unfair competition to the market.
I hear you.
So in as much as we encourage investment, because I believe the industry, contributes to the GDPs, it creates employment, it does a lot of things for us. But at the end of the day, it needs to be regulated.
Yes, I hear you completely, and I understand. I mean, it must be a very tough position that you're sitting in, because we want to be everyone's friend, but sometimes we have to assume the position that we're in and take the responsibilities that we are bestowed, seriously. But I'm just saying, it can be very complex to navigate at times. Moving on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to say that there are two things that made me effective in my role, which is the fact that I don't say no to opportunities. I rarely get stuck on a problem. There's always a solution out there for every problem that I encounter. And also the fact that I am a people person. I love to help people reach their potential. I see the good in you, and I help you maximize it to a very large extent. I also see your weaknesses, and I try to help you, help you navigate it so that you can overcome it and become a better person. And over the years, I would use this platform to say a very big thank you to the chairman of my organization, because he saw that potential and he has continued to build on it with me. There is hardly any situation that occurs in the organization that I'm not called in to look into. And whatever it is I think is possible to be done about that situation is taken in and considered for implementation if there's a need for them to implement it. So I believe that this ability has helped me navigate my role in the past years, and it has continued to open doors for me. I remember that the first time I met Fadikemi Akeju of the Wings, because of my ability to want to reach out to people, to want to get to know more about people, it was easy for me to walk up to her and say that I never knew that the industry has become this big and there's so much potential to harness. And she was like, oh, if you want it, you can have it. You understand? And this is why I'm also here today, because somebody took a chance on me and my management as well. Thank you.
That is beautiful. Just on that, you've elaborated on something that I wanted to touch. Do you think it's because we are female and women that we are so nurturing in the way we lead? Because there's a difference between the way a man leads and a woman leads. And I mean, both of them are equally effective. But I think as women, because we are in the role that we play at home and socially, it gives us that sense of nurturing towards everything that we do. And I think it's kind of a superpower, because you mentioned it right now. We have the ability to have that mothering instinct. If you're doing something wrong, like slap the person, get them onto the right road. But it is so powerful in growing economies. It's so powerful in growing industries, because you wear your heart on your sleeve. What do you think about that?
I believe that as a woman, your ability to build, naturally women are builders. We tend to take the little given to us and then we maximize it into something big. So that ability is something that we cannot shy away from and you can't keep it. You just have to put it to use. You see people, you help them navigate their challenges. You see, when you're in an organization and you see a need to help your organization grow, you're there at the front, at the frontier, trying to let them see the potential that's available. I remember that when I became a manager some time ago, the director called me and asked me that the market that I was told to oversee, do I see the potential in that market? I said yes. He asked again that, do you think we have reached our limit in that market? As a woman, there's no limit for you. Because even in your children, you believe there's no limit for them. There's always something to explore, and that ability in us to want to build something will continue to not just towards, trying to become a better person, trying to help people trying to help your industry become a better organization.
So there you have it. The belief that everyone has a better day and everybody should grow, and that's what we should foster. It's not just about women, it's about iGaming as a whole and everyone in our industry. The last thing I want to ask you to wrap up is, what is your superpower? So we start from the last. What is your superpower? Because I have a superpower. What is yours?
I have said it. I am a people person. I see the good in people, not necessarily that, it doesn't necessarily mean that people are always good. But I see the potential in you and I want to use it. That is why I work with a team of people who are always conscious of what they do, because I am always trying to guide you in the right direction. I can't afford to fail. So I need to be able to build my team to deliver. So in the process of doing that, I need to be empathic towards you. I need to ensure that my emotional intelligence is optimal in order to help other people, come into their role or achieve the purpose for which they occupy the role they are currently occupying.
Okay, I think my superpower is I like to ensure that things are done the right way. I guess that's why I studied law. Laws are to be respected. So in any space that I am not perfect, but I always want the right thing to be done. And I believe the reason why I am paid is to protect my institution and the government of the Gambia by extension. And in doing that, I should make sure that whatever we are doing as an institution is done rightly, so that we will avoid people suing us and then attracting a lot of damages and negative publicity and image. So for me, that is one thing, and I always tell my team that even though I used to be the only female in our senior management until recently, because my new director general is a female, which is, applause for me. I used to always tell them, we should be seen to be doing the right thing. It does not matter when and how, because it's never too late to correct a wrong. I think that is one of my greatest, and I also I can work with a team, and I also tend to support, she was saying, if I see potentials in people, especially young people, I tend to help them grab it, guide them through the process, because I always say that we are here today, but the young ones will be here tomorrow. So,
absolutely. So you're building something for the future, and you're leaving a legacy behind, which is phenomenal. I just want to say this, guys, does this lady not look like Annalise from How to Get Away with Murder, the Netflix series? The best series I've ever watched. And you're a lawyer. I'm just looking at you and thinking it. Beautiful. Agatha.
Okay, so I guess my superpower is I'm always good with people, and I try to understand their emotions. So whenever I'm interacting with anyone, be it business or be it personal, at a personal level, I'll try to talk to you, to understand you, to feel your emotions. I want to know if you're happy, I want to know if you're sad. Because if I try to do business with you and you're sad and frustrated, that means your frustrations will come back to me. So if you're sad, if you're frustrated, how can I make it better for you? And by making it better for you, then it will be easier for me to forge some sort of friendship or partnership.
Agatha, I can't imagine any client being upset with you because of that beautiful smile, but thank you for that. I'm sure that you're winning all the way through there.
I guess my superpower is, I'm sorry, I won't come from I nurture people and I build processes, I refine processes, and I create value. And in turn, obviously, make everything that I'm doing better, and I create profitability. That has always been my superpower.
Thank you.
Right, thanks.
Wow. This is going to be long, guys.
I mean, for me, I've been trying to think for like a smart answer, a logic answer, but like literally, the one thing for me is that my other name is Mom. Some call it Mama. So every opportunity that I take or refuse, every gap that I see and I choose to go with it or not, every win, every loss is literally pushed by that. I've got a family back home that I work for. I'm working for a legacy. So that literally pushes me every day to make my daily decisions in my work.
Okay, I'm going to tell you mine, and everyone's going to be so shocked. My superpower is coming to these conferences, having the latest night ever, and looking like this the next
girl,
morning.
Clock it.
Thank you. And with that, I want to say thank you to everyone for listening today. Ladies, you are amazing. We can go on and on about how much we need to do so many things with policies, but I think you guys rock it. You stand your ground. You've built something great. We all earned our seat at this panel today. And thank you so much, everyone, for listening. We love you all and hope to see you soon.
Expertly executed. Please don't exit the stage yet. Please just come to the front of the stage for the photo op. We must have our family photo of this incredible panel driven by the women who are the heartbeat of African gaming. You can come closer to the front. A special thank you, Annalisa Emilia Samuels, who's a sales manager at Senate Games, for moderating that so professionally. And our panelists, Ondela Vundisa, Peret Mendisar, Jolade Adeoye, Agatha Wanjugu, and Bukola Akinade. Incredibly done, especially as it is still International Women's Month. This was very apt, great conversations. It's okay. A lot to take away and a lot to learn. But as we speak about women in this space, I think it's also incredibly important for us to now segue to youth, the young people. I believe it was in Mark Pace's presentation that he highlighted the projections about the potential of the African continent with regards to our youth force. We know that in years to come, Africa will be the youngest continent in the world. So how do we tap into this? These are young people who now have gadgets in their hands. They're connected at whatever level, whether it is with the most basic gadget or whether it's with those who can afford something more tech savvy. There's a huge drive and an interest for esports and gaming. So our next conversation today is all about esports as a driver for education, entertainment, and youth inclusion. I'd like to invite one of our favorite esports advocates and leaders in the industry here in Nigeria, Yahaya Mekori, Partner Law Alliance and President of the Esports Federation of Nigeria, who's going to steer us through this conversation expertly. A round of applause for Yahaya Mekori. Now, Yahaya will be joined on stage by Mags Byrne, founder and CEO of eStars. If you can make your way up. Hello, Yahaya, how are you doing? Michelle Magro, President, Malta Esports Association. Kumi Adenikrebi, founder and CEO, Game Evolution. Ignat Bobrovic, founder, Passport GG, Esports for Positive Change, Estonia, and Peter Mshikilwa, President, Esports Federation of Tanzania. Please do all make your way up to the stage. This panel is titled Esports as a Driver for Education, Entertainment, and Youth Inclusion. On that note, Yahaya, I hand over to you.
Thank you, Vimbai. Thank you for the warm introduction. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're all welcome to the AGE conference. I think this is our third edition of AGE. It keeps getting better and better, and we have a feeling that this is going to become the biggest event in Africa. So let's clap for ourselves. In 2015, we were at a conference at Amsterdam, and the keynote speaker was called the Futurist. He was then the chairman of this popular travel company. I can't remember the name exactly. But he forecasted one thing. He said in the next 10, 15 years, gaming is going to become the biggest industry. I kind of understood it, but I did not understand it because I looked at it from the narrow perspective of just the gambling industry or the iGaming industry. 2020, COVID happened. Live events ceased. And then esports started emerging as a topical issue. It used to be video games, but then the nomenclature changed to esports. In recent times, they have said that the gaming industry, or that's gaming in terms of video games alone, is bigger than the film and the music industry combined together. Last year, if some of you are following Elon Musk, he said that in the future, work is going to be optional. I'm not sure whether some of you were privy to that, but Elon Musk said work is going to be optional. Which brings me back to the question, if work is optional, then what would people be doing? What would we be doing for a living? We're going to all be involved in gaming, whether it's the gambling part of it or it's the esports part of it. So with even the growth that has been witnessed right now, we can just imagine the sheer size of this industry in another 5, 10 years from now. And to help me unpack this ecosystem, my distinguished participants and speakers, I'll need to reintroduce them again, though Vimbai has done just that. I want to introduce, I'm sorry, he's the first for me to introduce, not the last, none of his last. Iskumi Adenikpedi. He's one of my board members at the Esports Federation, and I'm pleased to have him on this panel. I wish to also recognize Michel Magro, President, Malta Esports, once again. Yeah. Max Byrne, CEO eStars, and then Mr. Peter Mshikilwa, President, Esports Tanzania. So guys, thank you very much. I'm going to start with a question. In no particular order, I'll ask as the question, as the discussion continues. Let's start with the first question. Mr. Kumi, some people call you the godfather of esports. So you're the right kind of person to answer this question. Sport in Africa is on the rise. However, and that's esports. However, there are certain limitations that inhibit growth. What infrastructure gaps currently limit Africa's esports growth?
Africa's esports growth. Basically, esports in Africa has been limited because of infrastructure and awareness. What we've been doing for the past 10, 15 years in Africa is trying to break the barrier of two different things. Is video games and esports the same thing as gambling? Is video game and esports good for the youths? And how can it be monetized? So a lot of things that have been happening is basically because there is no awareness in the ecosystem. And a lot of esports organizations in the past 10, 15 years have been trying to do that. So for me, the limits that I've been having for at least a decade is basically because there is no proper infrastructure, especially from the government. We know in most countries, whatever the government is involved in easily thrives. And I know for the past 1 year now, the federation has been formed in Nigeria, which was a big problem the esports ecosystem had because there was no federation that was really monitoring what it was doing and trying to assist it in growing. The federation has helped in trying to build and support the esports ecosystem by helping different individuals to grow their own esports companies. So for me, the most important thing that we're facing is basically awareness issues on how esports can help every part of the ecosystem in Nigeria, whether it's from the grassroots, how it helps the players earn money, how it can fit into the educational system, how it creates a career path. Really nobody knows that. So when you talk about esports to brands, they just basically look at you like, what are you talking about? Is it video games that people play in their living rooms? But they're not thinking out of the box and checking what is happening globally to see how it can really affect the ecosystem in Nigeria. So for me, the awareness of esports is low, and basically there should be more talks about it, more investments on how big it can become on the continent to help the next generation of youths coming up, because as you said, gaming is bigger than music and the movie and music industry combined, because it basically is about youths. So if people can understand that this particular ecosystem can definitely change Africa and help build it, I think that will go a long way.
Thank you. Peter, what makes the African esports industry fundamentally different from more mature markets? And why does that difference matter for youth inclusion?
I think basically in Africa, the way we see esport, it is very much accessible, but not structured compared to the global stage. So the main focus should be on the mobile games, because we do understand consoles, the hardware are too expensive. So because of low monetization, and that is a uniqueness with the global stage, a lot of people are involved, but when it comes now to monetization, it's still a challenge. So the way I see it, uniqueness should be focused on the content creation. We do understand the narratives in Africa. We have a lot of stories, but the problem, we have not optimized them into gamification, and that also brings the uniqueness. So in a nutshell, I see the mobile penetration as uniqueness compared to hardwares in the global stage.
Thank you. I know that eStars is focused on education. Mag, should African universities introduce esports management, game design, or competitive gaming as accredited programs? And what would inform your response to that?
Well, firstly, on behalf of eStars, we're delighted to be here today. We're delighted to call Nigeria our first African hub and our home. In terms of eStars, we provide educational esports, so this question is very apt. The amount of careers that are now available in the industry, it's phenomenal. We have game design, we have technology careers, we have careers in IT. So universities must be part of the ecosystem. We start from the age of 7, we should go up and we should provide information about the careers, so it makes sense for universities to really grasp the industry and to provide much more courses. For example, eStars have partnered with the Open University to provide CPD courses for teachers, enabling them to teach the skills and teach more about esports. So it's a huge industry, and it just makes sense for global universities to make more courses.
Thank you. Mr. Michael, is it Michel or Michael? Michael? Michele Magro. Beyond professional players, what career pathways exist within the esports industry for African youth?
Thank you for the question. And I'd like to maybe start with an anecdote from my own personal experience. So when I was maybe 16 years old, so that's 20 years ago, I was an esports competitor myself. So we were a team of 5 competing, and one thing that struck me, and this is when I realized that esports can be an empowerment tool for youth, is one of my team members, one of the competitors of my team. He hadn't managed to complete school. He couldn't speak English, and without speaking English in my country, you can't get a job. So he wasn't in the best situation, And at that age, at 16 years old, he didn't know what to do with his life. He just wanted to play video games. It turned out that that was the best decision he could do in his life, because he was playing with colleagues who maybe, made him realize that he needed to do something else. So, I was a lawyer, my other friend was an accountant, the other friend was an economist, and he, had stopped studying. So he said to himself, I really need to do something with my life. But esports helped him learn English, because he was competing internationally, so he had to. So it taught him English. He signed up to a course. He got a degree in IT. And today, he's a very successful developer in Switzerland, he has real estate development in Malta, and that was all because, his interaction with other people, both local and international, exposed him to that will to develop, So, esports, I personally see esports, the concept of, people becoming a professional video games player, that is great, Some people make a huge amount of money from that, but that's a very, very small percentage of people. So, people hoping to become a professional esports player, that's all well and good, but, I think everyone needs to have realistic expectations. However, it's an extremely strong tool for youth empowerment to get them to commit to a task, a discipline that otherwise probably they wouldn't really be concerned about, because it's video games, and all kids, all youth love video games. So what better to instill discipline and get them to and get kids to aim for something that needs a lot of dedication, that needs a lot of practice, that needs a lot of teamwork, that needs skills, whether that's teamwork, streaming, dedication, practice sessions, and that's what esports does to young kids. It empowers them, and once they're exposed to that. The international character of esports, the tools, the use of digital skills, how to use a computer, how to use AI, how to use Photoshop. If they're streaming, there's a lot of broadcasting tools, sound, videography, graphic design. all of this is ultimately embedded into esports, and it leads to so many career paths that are perhaps not even related to esports. So you can start in esports, you can have your passion, within your team, within your club, relating to esports, and then take those skills, and that's your career. So I think that is the pathways that esports offers for our youth.
Thank you. Mr. Ignat, please, are there any credible examples in Africa, and probably even Estonia, where esports has already been used as a tool for education, scholarship, or employment? Pardon?
Yeah, thanks so much for the question. First of all, I would like to thank AGA for inviting me here, and Charles personally to you. It's great to be here and to see the developments of esports and the continent. Just brief background note. So we've done a project, Africa Esports Series, first time in 2021. And this was the moment when we were combining esports competitions plus education. And this is like just to continue what Michele just said, that esports can lead to development of the skills which are not necessarily in the game, which are not necessarily related to games. And we had the statistics that 1 of 8,000 people can get anything tangible today from esports, unfortunately. And this is from one side it's a problem, from the other side it's an opportunity. And going back to your question, so esports, there are a lot of misconceptions of what is esports. There are good and bad misconceptions. Some people think that it's huge and it's everything. Some people say it's only playing games. And I think that the truth in the middle, and the opportunities like this, which we're having now, is important to actually educate stakeholders, different stakeholders, on what is esports and how it can be done. So I believe that esports, if we try to kind of identify the opportunities and say what esports can bring, is it career, education, employment? So I would say that definitely esports can be as a tool to improve the education, like for millions of people, even in Nigeria. If you find a way to blend the gamification with esports, kind of, because esports is about being motivated. Esports is about doing things and trying to be the best in something. And if you try to combine this with education, this can work well. Then you have the kind of the opportunities. We're here speaking about on the gaming conference, and we know that lots of people like to bet, and also a lot of people like to play. And actually, esports provides a huge opportunity to blend this together and allow people who know how to play to kind of also to bet on them, and to kind of create some opportunities for them from this. I doubt that it can become the mass career opportunity for many, but it can become an important element for many. And then in employment. We are now living in a very interesting time, and as in introduction was very interesting said, that soon we might not need to work. So what will we do? And I think that things related to esports are the one of the most the best opportunities for people to find what they can do. So they can play, they can stream, they can analyze, or they can build communities around it. So yeah, so for me, I would say that these are all esports can be very important, both for education, employment, career building, skill development. But I need to admit that that for the moment it's only can be, it's not there yet. And it's not there yet, not only in the African continent. I would say that the vast majority of the countries which I see, everyone speaks about esports, everyone speaks about the opportunity, but the realization of this opportunity is rarely there yet, because, again, because of the misconceptions.
Thank you. Okay, quickly, 1 minute.
Sorry, just also to add to that, because I think we are almost there, and I think it's important to make everyone aware that Lagos State Government have signed a partnership to bring educational esports to 3 million students. That was signed last week, and I think that's a huge statement of intent, and I think it's really important to congratulate the forward thinking of the state and the forward thinking of the country. So we are, just to your point, we really are getting there, and we're looking forward to empowering and making a huge difference.
Thank you. Kumi, how can African esports industry attract investments without being overly dependent on foreign platforms or capital?
That's a big one. But truth about the matter is, even for the past 10 years, African esports has been depending on itself without foreign investments. What we've done is try and build from grassroots. What makes investors come? People, audience. Maybe they have a target audience that they want to get from you, or maybe a brand wants to invest in your company because they see that you're making money. So let's tackle the one of audience first. Within the past 10 years, we've grown at least 7 million gamers in Nigeria. 85% of them mobile games, the rest console and PC. From COVID, that's when mobile games started growing in Nigeria. And what we've seen is because we've been able to manage 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 gamers, we start seeing brands, local brands coming in, oh, we would like to get to your target audience. How can we be part of what you're doing? Which now led to the international gaming studios like the Tencent, the Garenas, coming into Nigeria to say, okay, we're seeing what you're doing. So for me, what will help us grow in Nigeria is we build the local scene from grassroots. For example, we partnered with 36 local governments in Lagos State. In there, we partnered with 46 hubs, gaming centers. So we host esports tournaments and hold some master classes, or let's call them like that, in those hubs. And from there, we create professional players. So that's how we onboard people every day, because we've been recycling people online for a long time, so we decided to go grassroots, which is offline. So we were able to access, within last year and this year, 10,000 gamers in Lagos. So when we are growing grassroots, it helps us get local brands to get to our target audience. They invest money in our projects. Then from there, we can now start thinking about international. So it's basically growing the ecosystem from grassroots, getting the numbers, because there are millions of people that love playing games, not just soccer games or fighting games, but even Candy Crush. Those are all games. Everything can be turned into esports as long as it's multiplayer. So we grow that ecosystem. From there, we're able to get brands to come in and support the ecosystem, grow it, and then from there we look at international.
Okay, thank you. Mag, when you look beyond players, what are the real scalable career opportunities in esports for African youth? When we look beyond the players, where are the real scalable career opportunities in esports for African youth?
Okay, I think we've all discussed it, and even you're a great example of yourself, of the skills from esports, and with education, even from a very early age, being able to bring STEM subjects within esports, as we mentioned, from grassroots as well. But the skills are so transferable; they can be used in so many careers throughout, as you mentioned, with IT, with game design, with casting, shoutcasting, and being a player, of course, is a desire for a lot of people. But as the point was made earlier, we have to be realistic. But there's so many careers that can be transferred through esports.
If you allow on adding on.
Okay, so from my experience, look just beyond just the players, right? So from our ecosystem just in Nigeria, we've been able to grow different sectors in the gaming industry. We have coaches right now. People that have stopped playing games are now coaching the next generation of gamers. We have content creators, which is one of the biggest right now. Esports content creators. We have some that have over 2 million followers that like doing what you're doing. From there, we start getting people that want to create the video games. Game developers that love playing games and then have some sort of, with the AI tools everywhere now, you can start creating games. So the players are just the ones that everybody see, but there are those, bonds that put them together. So there are lots of roots that can come out from there.
Yeah, thank you. Quickly.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on that. So for me, I would not be speaking only specifically about what career path esports can lead to, because to be honest, the amount of career opportunities purely from esports are rather limited. But I would be speaking about what esports can bring into the life, what impact it can make to the life, like helping you to become the better version of yourself and to become passionate about something and then implementing the skill of team working in the team, developing, being the better version of yourself and implementing this in any elsewhere. And I can give my personal example. So in when I was 13, and it was year 2000, I started to practice esports. And before that, my academic results were super low. And I started to win the competitions. And it didn't lead me to anything which was linked to esports, but it led me to the fact that I started to practice traditional sports. My academic results skyrocketed because I just become more structured, a version of myself, a better version of myself. And yeah, and this is why this is a big reason why I'm working now in the industry, is actually to help as many people as possible to implement what you can take from esports to become the better version of yourself and to build your career, not necessarily in gaming, not necessarily in esports, because the amount of positions there is limited. And if we speak like that, I don't know, like hundreds of millions are playing esports games, like esports enthusiasts, like 600 million or so, there are no 600 million positions in the industry to be filled. But there are a lot of positions in other fields where you, as being great in esports, you can become the best in any other sphere.
Yeah.
Can I add a point as well?
Hold on. You can make a comment, but let me also add this question to you.
Okay. And actually, apart from career and jobs itself, what I also want to mention is the great benefit that comes from the lifestyle improvements that come through esports, in the sense that it exposes you to so much new experiences. So, even myself as a father, like I'm discussing with the mother, listen, what activities should our son be participating in? And I want him to be exposed to things that will broaden his horizons, things that will give him life experiences. So with esports, there's actually a lot of that goes into. There's a lot of travel. I know people at, 22 years of age, they've been to 30 different countries competing in different esports, making friends from all over the world and becoming more aware. You hear of, people from all around the world who managed to make it to the world stage at such a young age. And these are all, and friendships. The friendships that you get from esports are really great, from people of all, different cultures and different ages, and it gets a lot of benefits, even if maybe it's not always economical benefits, but it's, lifestyle improvements, like, life experiences.
Yeah, just to add to that, what risk should we be honest? I mean, to be honest, what risk should we avoid repeating in the esports, particularly when you look at the digital sector? What risks are there in the esports sector, especially when you look at it within the context of the digital economy?
What risks are in esports?
What mistakes should we avoid making?
So, I mean, I think we should, the risks which esports is exposed to are similar to other risks, right? So it's cyberbullying, it's mental health issues, it's like some bad things which can be happened in chats, where like predation, grooming, or making the kids doing something bad, or blackmail them. These are the things where people exposed, and unfortunately it is there, and it is very important to work with that. And in order to work with that, it is important to educate the stakeholders. And when I say stakeholders, so these are parents. Parents need to understand what is happening in gaming. Parents need to understand what is happening in esports. And parents need not to forbid the kids that to practice that. The teachers, the governmental institutions, the police even, because now we have hopefully we'll have soon a project with Greek police, where they also want to understand what is happening online, like hate speech, cyberbullying. They do need to understand. And now in many countries, people are trying to forbid gaming until a certain age, and consequently it's also kind of stigmatized esports. And I think it's very important. It's very important to be advocates of against forbidding, but actually for educating. So we need to bring the tools But today with AI, we can do a lot of things, right? And for protection. And we, for example, have an AGI models to protect kids online. But it is also important to educate stakeholders, educate the educators. So teachers need to understand what esports is. And I think that it is very important that the stakeholders can not only try to forbid and try to be the gatekeepers, but they should be engaged counterparts who are willing to use esports to increase the protection of kids online from various aspects.
Okay, last question to Peter. In conclusion, what is the commitment each stakeholder group, be it government, private sector, educators, and esports leaders must make today to ensure esports genuinely builds futures for African youth?
I think the first and foremost thing is to have a structured and a robust legal framework that's come from the policymakers. Because as you understand, esport is more than sports. It's a digital economy, it's a digital economy ecosystem where you have, as what my colleague said, content creators. And these are potential taxpayers. And the good thing that as of now, that is from my personal experience, as I sit as a working group for Court of Arbitration for Sports, where we are now in the process to come up with regulations which will deal with arbitration on esport. So I think the first and foremost, as what I said, it should be having the robust legal framework.
Thank you. Any last word from one person? Yeah.
It's just really important to note that esports in Africa is growing 6 times more rapidly than anywhere else in the world, any other continent, and Nigeria are leading the way. So again, that's why it's really important that it's embraced, that all the stakeholders come together. And again, huge congratulations to Lagos State Government for embarking on brilliant initiatives to bring educational esports to the state. Thank you.
Yeah. So we need to commend Lagos State for their foresight and, pardon? Okay, for the foresight. I will personally tell you my experience on esports. The only time I ever had a connection with my son was when we were playing video games. so I knew that I had no choice but to learn how to play FIFA. Perhaps all of us, or I think some of us in the future, we're going to have genuine need or use for esports in its various segments, especially on the size of the ecosystem. I think that's a different session that needs to be unpacked. But having said that, I can tell very clearly that there's a growing convergence between the iGaming and the esports. And in reality, that's where the problem is. Because while esports more youth-driven, we know that iGaming is more adult-driven, right? And there are overlapping points in terms of responsible gambling, even screen time. We might not call it gambling in esports, but just the sheer amount of screen time. Then we have community. There's community bullying happening there. There's a whole lot happening there in the cyber world that we're unaware of. So we need to be aware of this. And as the industries converge, we need to be able to create real defining lines between them. Thank you very much, and thank you, my guests.
All right, a very warm round of applause. That incredible panel on esports and the future of esports, especially with youth inclusion. Yahaya Maikori leading that. You may all stand up so we can take a family photo before we go. Just get nice and close to the front of the stage. And our photographers will come and ensure they capture this moment. This panel moderated by Yahaya Maikori with the panelists Max Bern, Mikel Magro, Kumi Adenikpebi, Ignat Bobrovich, and Peter Mshikilwa. Great conversation. And my highlight was a moment when I believe it must have been, I think it was Max who said Nigeria is leading the way. And I said, that is music to my ears. I love to hear that. I love to hear that.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, so today we have traversed innovation, regulation, and the undeniable energy of a continent in motion. We have encapsulated what the prospects are and where the direction is. And tomorrow, we're going to dive deeper.
Absolutely, and especially for somebody like me, Frank, we've come a long way since Super Mario Brothers and Sega Mega Drive,
Sega,
you know, and talking about
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Video gaming. It's been a long, long time since then. And the future is bright. There's so many more conversations to be had. Tomorrow we'll be looking at the contribution of the Francophone community, Francophone Africa. We'll be looking at how to engage some unlicensed operators as well. Those are the conversations that will dominate tomorrow. Now, I would be doing a disservice, Frank, to my people, to my motherland and my fatherland. Because, you know, we've acknowledged all the countries, but I didn't mention, out of just humility and modesty, I didn't acknowledge my home.
Well, your home
Well, Nigeria's my home.
Your home is
you
Nigeria
know,
now, so
I always say I'm being held hostage here by my children.
You're Nigerian now. You're Nigerian.
Before they brought me to Nigeria, they picked me up from Zimbabwe. So I just want to recognize my brother, Engineer Muropa, who is the head of our state lotteries, Zimbabwe, who has made the journey here. And we hope those, yes, please do give him a round of applause. Engineer Muropa, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Tiritese. Tiritese. So Pan-Africa. Well represented.
Zimbabwe. I love the women, the landscape.
Frank.
The landscape.
Frank.
The landscape.
On that note, before we put you on what's trending for the wrong reasons tomorrow, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. There will be a Women in Gaming networking event that is currently happening at the let me double check. It is happening at the Mazonia Suites here at the Echo Hotel. There's also the African Gaming Regulators Meetup. Now that's strictly for African gaming regulators. That will happen later today. Of course, karaoke and games night this evening. This is Lagos. Please don't sleep early. We encourage you to be out until very, very late and enjoy our beautiful Echo.
That's right. Don't sleep early, but get here early tomorrow morning.
That's right. On that note, this is my co-anchor, Frank Adoho.
And this is our devastatingly stunning beauty, Vimbai.
My owners are around. Be careful what you say. All right, everybody. Have a wonderful day. Take care.
See you tomorrow.
Sorry, we just want to run a quick housekeeping announcement to our panelists who just left. We have found a phone that has been left behind. So if you have been on stage at some point today, please check that you have all of your belongings with you. come and identify the lady standing at the stage at the moment. Her name is Vera, and just describe the model of the phone so that you can retrieve your phone. Any of the panelists who are on stage, please do come and check in with us. We'll keep it safe for you.
over.